And nestled between the mountains and the lagoon, there is the Rio Olympic Arena, where we have today a women's semifinal in wheelchair basketball at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, a matchup between the Netherlands and Germany. And this should be a good one, playing for a place in the semifinal. And there you see the upcoming events here in the Rio Olympic Arena, the biggest arena in Rio de Janeiro, the biggest in the Olympic Park. And here's where the women's wheelchair basketball tournament stands right now. The U.S. defeated Great Britain today, and they booked one place in the gold medal game. The winner of this game will face the United States for the gold medal. The loser faces Great Britain for the bronze. Germany and the Netherlands came out of their groups with identical 4-1 records. The Netherlands second to the U.S. in Group B, and Germany third in Group A, where there was a three-way tie among teams with 3-1 records.
Yeah, Germany arriving at this match having topped the group, as you say, but only on points difference ahead of Great Britain and Canada. They thrashed France in the quarterfinals, 76-28, and I just wonder whether winning so comfortably before your next big match is a good thing or a bad thing.
Better to win than not.
Yes.
That's the first. I think that's the first important point to remember. You'll take the win no matter how you get it. But the Netherlands didn't have that difficult a time with Canada either. And let's meet the Netherlands team now. Number 2, Ilse Aerts. Number 4, their star player, Inge Houtsing. Number 5, Lucy Howen. Number 6, Jitske Visser. Number 7, Rose Oosterbaan. 8 is Sonny Timmerman. 9, Bo Kramer, who turns 18 today. Cher Korver. 13, the captain, Barbara van Bergen. 14, Carina de Roy. 15, Mariska Beyer. And 17 is Evelyn van Leeuwen. And the coach of the team is Geert van der Linden, who you can see right there on the edge of the sidelines with his assistant coach, Irina Sloof. And now the team from Germany. Number 4 is one of their 2 big stars, Marika Müller, married to Desi Miller of the U.S. women's team. 5 is the Swedish-born Johanna Wallin. 6, Simone Kuss. 7, Anna Potsvold. 8, Annika Zayen. 9, Laura First. 10, Geschke Schoenemann. 11, Maya Lindholm. 12, Annabelle Brewer. 13, Anna Grit Briesman. 14, the other big star for them, Marina Murnen, and 15 is Barbara Gross, and you saw them giving their high five to the coach of the German team, Holger Glinnicke.
So these European neighbours, fierce rivals in sport. Netherlands, little sister, if you like, of Germany, but they don't like you.
Don't say that to them.
They don't like that being referred that way. I mean, in population, perhaps.
Yes. And now with the teams lined up on the respective foul lines, it's time for the national anthems from the 2 countries. Beginning with the Dutch national anthem, Het Wilhelmus, the oldest in the world.
O hino dos Países Baixos.
Het Wilhelmus, named after William of Orange, founder of the House of Orange, and you saw the orange-clad supporters of the Netherlands in the crowd. And now the German national anthem, Deutschlands Lied. Deutschland's Lied, the song of Germany. The music was composed by Joseph Haydn. Now the players will exchange gifts with each other, number by number, if they can. The coaches, old friends and familiar rivals with each other. The officials do the same, and then the players meet and greet the officials, trying to curry a little bit of favor pre-match.
That's a nice little protocol. And there's a German fuller lineup, and Germany today, the starting five: Miller, Hughes, Zion, Lindholm, and Marina Monen, the captain.
And Miller and Monen are the two to watch. Miller averaging 19.5 a game, and Monen averaging 18.8, so very close statistically. They each 5 rebounds a game, and Monen with 5 assists as well. Coach Glinke, very calm presence for them. For the Netherlands, well, to watch, of course, Houtsing is the big star for them, but they've used Mariska Beyer very well throughout this tournament. She's actually the leading scorer with 20 points and the leading rebounder, just under 10. And Gert van der Linden is the coach for the Germans. As I said, Bo Kramer celebrating her 18th birthday today. So far through this Olympics, we've seen some very good performances by athletes celebrating their birthdays, and Kramer, even though she was only 17, was a major presence off the bench for the Dutch in a couple of games. There is the starting lineup confirming what you just told us for the Germans, and as is the case with a lot of teams where they're dependent on 2 big scorers, the question is, can you get a 3rd scorer involved? And now take a look at the starting lineup for the Netherlands: Beyer, Rozenstruban, De Roy, Visser, and Hoitzing. Again, Beyer and Hoitzing, the big scorers for them. De Roy, however, whose husband plays for the Dutch men's team, if De Roy can get involved as a scorer early, it will be a big plus for them. There's how Germany got there. It was a 3-way tie in their group as Canada, Britain, and Germany exchanged wins and losses with each other. Their loss came to Great Britain by 5, but otherwise 4 wins. And the Netherlands' only loss came to the U.S. in a game that was probably a little bit closer than 60-50 might indicate.
Yeah, so the Netherlands, it's a pretty good outing against the United States to only lose by 10, and if it was a little closer than that margin suggests, then they're obviously in good form to get to this match.
And there are your officials, the referee Juan Urunuela from Spain, Philippines from Australia, and Alexandra Lapointe from Canada, the umpires. The exchange of high fives. You do about 400 a game in basketball.
Does someone keep that stat?
Yeah, you get high five at the beginning, you get high five at the end, you get high five when you make a shot, you get high five when you miss a shot.
Mike, do you ever put any store in stats like, say, the field goal percentage for Germany emerging out of their 5 games, 52%, 47 for the Netherlands, and just that little bit more productive?
It can be, and a lot of it depends on what kind of shots you're getting, where they're coming from, and who you're getting them from. Hoitzing is just under 50% shooting. Beyer, who you'd expect to be higher, is 57 because she gets her shots inside. The thing with Germany is that Miller and Monen are both over 58%, and that's great shooting from anywhere they are on the court. And that's going to be the task, I think, for the Netherlands, is to keep those 2 under control. The tap is controlled by Beyer, and as usual, Houtsing with the ball. Visser moving across in front of her. That's Beyer down in low post. It was taken away from her by Miller, and Miller picked up the loose ball now for Germany.
Miller's averaging a steal a game.
And she's got her first one in the first 30 seconds of the game. Zion now for Germany up at the top. They're moving Monen in behind the pick from Miller. And Monen, well, that's good defense by De Roy because she can't get a shot off. And the 24-second shot clock expires, and the turnover will go over to the Netherlands as Koos, well, she was in good position, but again, she couldn't get a shot off as 2 defenders were around her.
Pretty good D at both ends of the court in different styles. Turnover, and then running out of time.
They're actually calling a set play now from the Netherlands. Miller turns around. They're keeping an eye on Houtsing, obviously, but staying in a zonal matchup there. And again, a loose ball. as Visser lost control of her chair. Visser, who's a low pointer, trying to make a quick spin, lost control, and the second turnover to Germany in as many possessions for the Netherlands. Oh, that's a good pass inside, but they get the ball over to Murnin at the corner, and she shoots and hits. It's 2-0 Germany.
A few whistles in the crowd, possibly for the players still on the deck. You end up with a 5-on-4, and it's, should they be stopping play or not?
Yeah, and that's obviously what Coach van der Linden is talking to the referee about right now, because they've been very inconsistent on when they stop play and when they don't. It's supposed to be stopped if the player is in danger or constitutes a danger to another player, and obviously a player in the backcourt doesn't do that. But I've seen it stopped in this tournament when it's a player by themselves in the backcourt. Rose Oosterbaan, a cross-court pass, and that one was intercepted. It was a low pass, and it's hard to get a low pass through the middle when you've got people like Murnin in that spot. Miller to Murnin. Houtsing comes out on her. Lindholm now at the top, over to Miller. Miller puts a move on Oosterbaan, but she's still there, and the shot misses, and the rebound is taken by Beyer. She wheels forward, nearly loses it. Lindholm got in her way, but she got the pass to DeRoy. Good pass to Houtsing. They got a 2-on-1, and Visser couldn't control the pass, and another turnover for the Dutch in their own end. And again, Germany come away, and the pass to Murnin goes off her hands. And right now, for the first 2.5 minutes of this quarter, it's been a festive turnover.
Yes, a turnover festival and a feast of them. I think 4 from the Dutch so far. But they're just fortunate that the Germans haven't been so productive on turnover points.
Houtsing again. Well, Miller turned her back on her, and Houtsing's going to launch the shot, and it's going to miss Lindholm with the rebound for Germany, and she's going to come out herself. DeRoy steals it away from her, but out of bounds, and Germany will keep possession.
It's surprising how many games start like this. They just seem to have a cold hand, even though they've been warming up for some minutes. Without serious opposition, the buckets seem to drop. Once the game starts, it takes a while to find the scoring rhythm.
Both sides feeling the pressure, and both sides defending very tightly at the moment. Sign. Miller inside to Koos. That was blocked by Beyer, but the loose ball was picked up by Murnin. She laid it in. Beyer didn't try to block it. Probably a good decision, because she would have given up a foul had she done that. It's 4-0 to Germany with 3 minutes gone in the first period. Houtsing now. Oosterbaan set the screen for her. DeRoy just inside the foul line. Can't get it to drop. And Beyer can't get around Lindholm. That was a nice little bit of defense by Lindholm, just blocking her out for the loose ball. Very cleverly. Didn't go for it herself, let it go out of bounds, but made sure that Beyer couldn't get to it. And there's a steal by DeRoy, and there's a foul as she got the ball.
Yeah, so able to get herself back upright.
Miller, you see, losing her balance, and that's why there wasn't as much on the pass as you would have expected. And the steal by DeRoy and the foul on Zion. That's the first foul of the quarter. First team foul on Germany, obviously. And offensive rebound by DeRoy, and she lost her balance, picking that one up. And another turnover. Well, it was a loose ball, so the ball goes over to Germany. Karina DeRoy.
It's the 0 next to the Netherlands on the scoreboard that's got to be a worry at this point. Not that the Germans have got away from them, but the longer you go scoreless, the more anxious about it you can get.
And protecting the ball as Beyer came by and took a little swipe at it. Zan. Oh, that's a good pass to Miller in the paint. Miller, a couple of pumps and puts it in. It's now 6-0 to Germany. 4 minutes gone in the first period. Mariska Miller.
First points for Miller. The other 4 belong to Monen.
Houtsing. Visser, nice pick by Visser. Houtsing. The shot doesn't go, but she picks up the foul and will go to the line with a chance to put the first points on the board for the Netherlands.
Yeah, they're shooting 50% at the free throw line, the Netherlands, and 56% for Germany.
Houtsing was a junior able-bodied player for the Netherlands before knee injuries moved her to wheelchair basketball. She hits both foul shots, and it's 6-2. And the Dutch again showing some full court pressure. De Roy, you see moving across there. Miller, they had trapped against the baseline, but Miller got the pass away to Zayn. Zayn has a path to the basket, puts it in off the glass, and it's 8-2, 5.5 to play.
Well, that channel opened up quite nicely for her. And Zayn joins the list of scorers with her first two.
Houtsing, she will handle the ball most of the time. And you see the difference in shooting right now. Not only had the Netherlands not hit a shot, and now they have, as Visser takes a good pass from Houtsing and lays it in. It's 8-4. Visser is one of the hardest workers in this tournament. She defends, she sets screens, and she makes herself open and available. Well, you saw Zayn turn around and say, no, I was not going to drive in on Beyer. She turns around and she launches the shot from the foul line, and it's good. It's 10-4. But that was literally what she was saying. No, I'm not going to try to take her one-on-one. 4.5 to play now. 10-4 Germany. Off to a good start here, and there's a hold up in play as Visser is down and will right herself in her chair.
71% at the moment, the shooting for Germany. They'd love to maintain that stat across the match. That's not likely.
The U.S. did against Great Britain today, amazingly enough. 9 on the shot clock as Houtsing is looking to set one up. Lindholm then comes out on her and takes it away. They're not going to get a shot off now unless Visser does, and she does from the foul line. Misses it, and Miller so quick with the chair to get that rebound. And Lindholm now bringing it up for Germany. Koos tried to set a pick for her, but alone on the baseline is Zayn. Zayn harassed by Oosterbaan. Miller's shot, she had to let it off quickly to beat the shot clock, and just did, but it didn't come close. And Houtsing now down at pace for the Netherlands. They haven't got the ball to Beyer inside, and Houtsing misses outside, but De Roy gets the rebound, and she's fouled. 2 hands went up, but I think the foul will be on Miller. Intense looking scenes. There's the foul on by Miller. So Germany now with 3 fouls. After the 4th, you reach the penalty situation where all the fouls will be shot, except offensive fouls in this game. De Roy moving behind Beyer's screen, and that's off, and the rebound taken by Merman, and up to Miller.
5 defensive rebounds to 2, Germany leading in that important stat.
Which also reflects the fact that the Dutch aren't hitting their shots, and they're leaving more rebounds for the Germans to get. Merman, she misses, and Koos pulled down the rebound, and Koos is going to be fouled. Not sure. There were 3 chairs, 2 Dutch chairs collided with her. Let's see which one they give the foul to. It could be either Beyer or De Roy, and it's De Roy who gets the foul. Merman. Miller. Zayn, back to Merman. And she hits it. They'll just work it around for the same players.
Oh, that's accurate passing, quite productive, 12-4. And Monen now with half a dozen points, and Zayn with 4. And field goal percentage, well, it's pretty grim reading for Dutch fans.
12-4 and 2.5 to play in the first quarter. Beyer setting the screen. De Roy inside. Oosterbaan can't get it to go. De Roy fights for the rebound, but Miller picks it up, and De Roy picks herself up in her chair, and we've got substitutions. That was Bo Kramer, whose birthday is today. So far not And no fouls there, just a chair going down through the effort. And we had a timeout called by the Netherlands. They really do need to talk things over right now. And it's not that shooting is bad, it's that they're not getting good shots. And the Dutch are taking Bayer out of the game. And that's the big thing. She's their leading scorer. She's their inside presence. Well, you could hear that. You could hear that kind of chastisement in the voice of Coach van der Linden. And I think on the German side for Coach Klunicki, everything's going right for them right now. They're working to the players they want to take the shots. They're moving the ball till one of them has a good shot. And most importantly, their defense has done a great job of taking Mariska Bayer out of the game.
I'd like to say it's worse than it looks, but 2 of those 4 Dutch points, of course, came at the free throw line.
Murnin. Oh, good pass. She drops it to Koos, and Koos misses the shot. Bayer with the rebound to DeRoy. Over to Hoitzing. Monin, you see how Monin's so quick to cut her off before she can get position. Visser tries to set the block for her, and immediately Koos comes out and gets on her. They're putting someone right out on her, and she's got to get rid of the ball. That's it. To DeRoy. DeRoy's coming in for the layup and hits the front of the rim, and the rebound comes off, and Miller takes it away from Murnin for Germany, and the defense is working perfectly.
Yeah, just a bit anxious over their shooting. She was almost under the backboard when the ball was released from her hand,
and Zayn is down, catching her breath, I think. Watch the collision there with DeRoy. That one came very close to being a foul. I would think.
Zayn having a bit to say about it. Worried there she might have been injured, but no, she's not. And
it's interesting, Mariska Miller coached at Wisconsin Whitewater. She and Desi Miller both playing for the Milwaukee Bucks, and Bayer for the Netherlands works at Wisconsin Whitewater in marketing. And well, it's now 14-4 as Murnin gets her 8th point of the quarter. Houtsing. Every play sets up the same, and now Houtsing trying to do it herself, launches the long shot, and Visser and Bayer win the race for the rebound. But Houtsing, well, let's see. They had DeRoy moving, and now it's Visser from the outside. And Visser's shot misses. Rebound was tipped by Oosterbaan and into the hands of Murnin.
And the Dutch field goal percentage now is down to a depressing 9%.
Yeah, it's inordinately bad shooting at this point. And Rose Timmerman, that's on the sidelines. That's one of the people they could put in to try to improve the shooting. And Cher Korver is another. She's one of the veteran players, usually put in to up the tempo of the game. Korver coming in. Houtsing. The others stay the same. Again, the shot doesn't fall, and Murnin clears the rebound for Germany. Not only are they missing the shots, but Murnin and Miller are taking the rebounds afterwards. And that's going to be a turnover as Zayn is assessed to have been using the feet on the plate and moving and leaning forward. 9
defensive rebounds to 3, Germany. They're understandably leading in every stat, especially the one that matters on the scoreboard.
Visser and Korver move over to the left. Oosterbaan joins them there. Houtsing. Visser's got the screen for her. Houtsing now, good position. Still the shot won't fall. And you said at the beginning it was a shooting percentage that was worrying you as you looked at the statistical breakdown, and that's the way it has been here in the first quarter. Not a high-scoring quarter by any means, but Germany's 14 is 10 better than the Netherlands, and they lead the Netherlands at the end of the first quarter, 14-4.
Well, what are the Netherlands going to do to turn this game around? At least they have a pause to consider their options, and so often when there's a break in play, there's a change in the complexion of the game. But 58% shooting for Germany compared to 8% for the Netherlands. Well, that has to change. The only way is up from there.
Yeah, and that's really the only statistic you need to look at. The rebounds are a factor of the Dutch missing so many shots, and that's why they trail at the end of the first quarter, 14-4. Welcome back for the second quarter. First quarter was all Germany, 14-4. They've accomplished two things. One is to keep Mariska Beyer away from the basket, and the second is to harry every shot by Inge Houtsing. Houtsing, who normally shoots about 50%, just under at 49, cannot get a shot to fall, and it's at 9% shooting as a team for the Dutch team. The possession arrow is pointed in Germany's favor right now. You'll see that right by where the referee is standing in front of the scorer's bench. So Germany will inbound to start the second quarter. They lead 14-4, and Zayn has the ball for the Germans. Into Murnen. Murnen with the 6-footer misses, and Houtsing with the rebound for the Dutch. Korver stays in for Holland. Van Bergen joins her in the lineup. And we have a whistle for a 3-second violation against the Dutch, and another turnover for them. And that's their fourth of the game.
The Dutch needed to be first to score after the break. They weren't. Let's see if the change comes soon. Over the way, this match is just slipping away from the Dutch so early. I mean, you don't lose a game in the first quarter, but they just about played themselves out of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised to see Timmerman or Kramer or both come into this game at some point for the Dutch to get more shooting in there. Oh, that's nice defense by Visser. Koos could not get a shot away. Zayn had to shoot and nearly made it with the buzzer beater, but the Dutch come away with the ball. And as usual, Houtsing. Van Bergen is at the top of the key, but Houtsing will shoot on the baseline, and still it will not drop. But Korver with the rebound. Van Bergen back to Houtsing. Beyer is still, look at that, they're just keeping her away. She's trying to set now the pick for Houtsing. Houtsing wants to take the baseline over to Van Bergen. She doesn't hit. Beyer can't get the rebound. She's out. She's boxed out by Murnen, who pulls it in for Germany. And now the Dutch putting some full court pressure on, and the Germans throw that away for a turnover. And this may be the solution for them.
So they're 1 from 15 from the field.
And there is the birthday girl, Bo Kramer, 18 today. When she's come in, she has livened up the games. Precocious 17-year-old talent. And she and Korver in particular have worked together very well coming in at the same time. You see Kramer fighting to get inside, and they're keeping her out with 2 blockers. And Beyer, therefore, is inside, can't get the shot away. She was tied up. She really wanted a foul, and then there's a foul reaching in, I think, on Van Bergen. But Beyer, in pure frustration, yelled at the referee.
I think frustration's an appropriate word, Mike. The Dutch, having scored 4 points in 12 minutes of basketball, it's going to affect their mindset. They're just not getting into this game. their opportunity to feature in the big match. It's escaping them.
Lindholm to Monin. Kramer came out on her, but Monin got the pass into Miller inside. Nobody boxed her out, and it's 16-4. This is just a horrific start from the Netherlands. And Korver brings the ball down now. So without Houtzing in, they've got to move the ball around more. And there's Kramer inside, and she draws the foul. She got great position, and that's what they need to do, is get people who can get position inside. When she does that, it's more likely Beyer will be free as well. Beyer has taken only 2 shots in this game and missed both of them. Kramer misses the first foul shot, and this is where each lost point just seems crucial at this point for the Dutch. And she misses the second. Van Bergen couldn't get to the rebound because Moonen very niftily blocked her from getting it, and Miller came down with the rebound. Miller, good drop pass to Lindholm, beautiful pass to Koos. And Koos draws the foul. Great basketball, though. Series of passes, just short, quick passes.
Yeah, they seem to be able to find their teammates so much more easily than the Dutch. The German defensive effort through this first quarter and a bit, exactly what the coaches would have hoped for.
And Van Bergen now has picked up 2 quick fouls, and the team has 3. Koos's first shot is good off the glass.
She'll say it was intentional.
And she misses the second, and Beyer pulls down the rebound and gives it to Korver, who brings it up at pace now for the Dutch. Kramer spinning around. Korver goes all the way end to end and lays it in. 17-6, and a huge cheer from the Dutch fans. Only their second basket of the game.
Yeah, Korver with her first points. Sometimes it can be something as small as a 2-pointer like that. It can light the flame.
Zayn to Miller, handles it with one hand, and Kramer knocks it away from Moonen. There's only 5 seconds left on the shot clock for Germany, and they will inbound.
Low scoring second quarter, only 5 points scored. It was 14-4 at quarter time.
So they go right in to Moonen. And again, she loses the ball. Korver this time. It'll be a 24-second violation, and the ball goes over to the Netherlands. Good defense by young Kramer and the veteran Korver. Up to Beyer.
Well, restricting Germany to 17 points to this stage isn't a bad defensive effort from the Netherlands. It's just that they're doing nothing at the other end.
Korver from way outside just nicked the rim. A loose ball tipped by Kramer, but it fell to Zayn. Zayn coming down, and Korver knocked it away from her, and that saves 2 points, as Zayn had a path to the basket. But Germany still have 19 on the shot clock, so they can work it as per their pattern. Moonen, though, and that shot was partially blocked by Kramer. Lindholm, though, picked it up. They've got 12 on the clock with the reset to 14. Moonen again outside. Korver this time on her. Kramer, Visser disrupted the shot. That's good defense by the Dutch, and Van Bergen brings it down for them. And well, look at the log jam inside.
It's one full key.
Everybody was in the paint. And
you know, the good news for the Netherlands out of that scoreboard is that in this quarter, Germany's only leading at 3 points to 2.
The foul was on Moon, and that's her second and the team second. And now here's the bad news for the Netherlands, because the substitution is Geske Schoeneman, and Schoeneman is a really good big inside player. Visser in and out from the foul line. That rim has been not very kind to the Dutch, I have to say. and Schoenemann brings it up, gives it to Zaire, goes right for the inside. She's cut off by Houtsing, and Zayn turns around. Schoenemann with a nice spin. Lindholm was breaking to the basket. And there's a 3-second violation on, I believe, on Miller. Houtsing is back in the game now with Korver, Beyer, Visser, and Van Bergen.
15-7 on the defensive rebounds, but as you remarked, a lot of inaccurate shooting has made that stat look a bit lopsided.
Van Bergen trying to get it back to Houtsing. Now over to Korver. Visser, and she beats the clock, but misses. Van Bergen can't control the rebound, and Lindholm gets it. Beyer takes it away from her. Beyer moving around, gets it to Korver, and Beyer couldn't get a shot away. She's got to get out of the paint, and does. Houtsing maneuvering. Now Visser lays it up, and that won't fall, but Korver with the rebound. She's not in position. She passed to Van Bergen. Van Bergen had already started moving in the other direction, and Zayn came down with it for Germany. Over to Lindholm across the halfway line. And Lindholm slows things down. Underneath to Schoenemann. Schoenemann hit both sides of the rim as it came away. And Beyer brings it down.
I just wonder whether the Netherlands have ever shot this badly. They're 2 for 23.
I don't think they could dream of that. Inside now to Beyer. And she gets it. She got the fall and the foul. 17-8. And from Mariska Beyer, whose nickname is Mars, which she said when she went to college in the States, no one could pronounce Mariska. So they just started calling her Mars.
Doesn't look that hard, does it?
Doesn't, no. I may butcher names in many languages, but Mariska's Mariska. 4:09 to play in the half, and Germany lead 17-8. The Dutch will be going to the foul line after the timeout called by Germany. And this is one of those timeouts which is simply there to try to stop momentum. The Dutch have finally made a basket. They got a foul shot.
One basket is momentum in this game.
Yeah,
for the
exactly. Let's just cool their jets a little bit. And I think also Coach Glinnicke is reacting to the lineup changes for the Netherlands. Push them out wide, is I think what he said. Keep them away from the paint. That was a nice feed by Houtsing. And Beyer lined it up. Now watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then in.
They would use some luck. They've had a few caught in the jaws of the hoop, and they've all looped out.
So Beyer now with the foul shot. She misses it, and well, Houtsing could have drawn a foul there as Schoenemann came down with the rebound. Lindholm, she's got 3 on 2. Good pass for Koos. Koos now gets it out to Schoenemann. Miller inside, and she hits. It's 19-8.
I suppose the challenge from Germany's point of view is to maintain the kind of intensity that's put Netherlands off the stride for another couple of quarters. At some stage, you expect the Netherlands to make a run, and they're not that far behind.
And Korver, well, she had trouble handling the pass. I was just about to say, this is what happens every time. They do something right and something goes wrong, but she managed to retrieve the situation, get the basket in. It's 19-10. Nice job by Schoenemann to hold the ball as she was double teamed, and gets it away to Zayn. Miller backing out at the top of the key. Back to Zayn. She's got the shot and hits it.
Even when they're under shot clock pressure, they still seem to get a good attempt away. Lead out to 11.
And Houtsing, Miller coming right out on her. Bayer trying desperately for position. Look down, she's blocked by 2, which leaves Van Bergen free. If anyone could see her, there she is, but she can't get the shot away before the 24-second clock expired. This is great defensive stuff from Germany.
2.5 left in the half. 7-6. It's a low-scoring quarter.
Kramer and Oosterbaan coming back in for the Dutch. Yeah, I mean, if you were the Dutch before this game and you said, well, we'll hold Germany to 21 with 2 minutes left in the half, you'd be probably pretty happy and you'd think you should be in the lead.
I didn't know you were going to shoot about 10% from the field.
No, exactly. Kuss, Schoenemann, Oosterbaan right out on her. They double her now and it goes into Miller, and Miller just spinning. Great presence there as she was spinning. Keep her balance and get the shot in. And it is 23-10.
Miller with 8 points now.
And the Netherlands want a timeout. Now, just as they got started, the Germans have had the answer for that. And with just over 2 minutes to play in the half, Germany lead the Netherlands 23-10. Well,
the good news for the Netherlands is there's a lot of the game left. They trail by 10 quarter time, down by 13 now. They go to the break no worse than about a dozen down and just chip away at it. You don't have to get it all done in 2 minutes.
it's a good point. I'm sure that's what he'll be reminding them. You get it back, say 5 points per quarter, you know, get back to level. But it's going to require a lot better offensive performance from the Dutch. Defensively, they've done well, considering how many turnovers and rebounds of missed shots they've given the Germans. They've held them to 23. That's not bad, but the Netherlands, 10 points will not do it at this level of basketball. Korver moving behind Kramer's screen, now turns around. Kramer giving a good screen there, and this is what they were drawing up. But Korver, and Oosterbaan gets it out to Houtsing. She's got an open shot, and she misses that. This is not what we expect. Houtsing from the free throw line, wide open, misses the shot. There's no way you can coach for that. They executed what he drew up pretty well. They got a good shot. And there's Miller all alone. Well, not quite alone, but she misses the shot. And there's Schoenemann with the rebound, out to Lindholm. And Germany will be content to use up a little bit more of the clock and get Miller. Now, Miller is fouled and the basket is good. I was just about to say Miller's not actually come out of that that paint, and a 3-second violation was something that was possible, but instead she gets the basket and the foul, and what you were saying may not come true because they'll be down by 16 if she makes the shot.
Yeah, and the lead is starting to look nasty no matter the fact there's 2 quarters left to play.
And that goes in and out, and Kramer with the rebound. 1:20 to play, the Dutch down by 15. They're needing a couple of good possessions here. Korver, Oosterbaan. Well, she's alone to Kramer. Kramer misses, and Miller with the rebound.
She didn't just miss, she missed kind of badly,
she missed
really.
badly.
Didn't
Yes.
even get contact with the ring. And they're missing easy layups, they're missing shots from all around, from every angle.
Nice job by Kramer of cutting Schoenemann off, but Schoenemann finds Miller underneath. Miller can't get the shot to go, gets her own rebound, and it doesn't go again. And the rebound by Rose Oosterbaan. And she comes up now with 35 seconds left. Down to Kramer, out to Houtsing. Kramer inside, gets the pass. Nice work. She worked hard to get in front of Lindholm, and Houtsing saw her and gave her the pass. 25-12, 21 seconds left.
Kramer with first points of the match. She missed a couple at the free throw line.
And Germany take a timeout with 21, presumably to work on a last shot strategy for the half. And well, it's kind of relaxed there, as you might think, with a 13-point lead.
Germany's shooting's just dropped below 50%. Netherlands have connected with 5 from 29. I mean, with that kind of stat, Mike, some of this has to be between the ears. They're getting good shots away or getting good opportunities.
It's a good point. The sort of tension, that pressure to finally make a shot can be really intense. And shooting is all a thing of form, basically. Balance, relaxing, getting your form right. I'm not quite sure what that was.
She only had eyes for the drink.
Yeah, and whatever that thing was she was using on her hair, it was quite a tool. So Germany now 13. Clock. Miller hurrying down. 9. They've got Schoenemann, and that's the steal by Korver. She's got 3 seconds. She times it, and the shot is going to be well short. I think Miller may have got a piece of that, or a piece of the arm as it went off, but at least it stops Germany at that end. And for the Dutch, well, the good news is that it was another low-scoring quarter. They have held the Germans to 11 in that quarter. They've held the Germans to 25 in the half. But the bad news for the Netherlands is they've only scored 12. They doubled their quarter score from 4 to 8, but 8 is still not acceptable. And at halftime, they trail Germany by 13, 25 to 12.
So 11-8 the quarter to Germany. I guess the fact that they're not scoring so many points themselves is less of a concern to the coach when they lead by 13. But it's that shooting percentage that is the real problem for the Netherlands as they take the longer break. I mean, 5 from 30. I don't know what you do about that.
It's better than 9%.
Yes, which it was at one point. And turnovers, 4 points from turnovers for Germany.
And so that's right now the story. The Dutch have come out with a pretty good defensive performance. The Germans have come out with a pretty excellent defensive performance, helped by some poor Dutch shooting. And the score at the half of this women's semifinal game in the wheelchair basketball tournament is Germany 25, the Netherlands 12. Welcome back to the Rio Olympic Arena and women's wheelchair basketball, the second semifinal, Germany against the Netherlands, and in the first half it was all Germany. They've held the Dutch to 12 points. Terrible shooting by the Netherlands. The Germans doing a great job of keeping the big Dutch center, Mariska Beyer, away from the basket. She couldn't get good shots. Hoitzig, who you would expect to pick up the slack for the Dutch, has not been able to hit her usual shots. And the only bright light for the Netherlands is they've held Germany to only 25.
Korver leads the Dutch shooting with 4 points. And 4 others have got 2 each. For Germany, Miller's got 10. Zaya has drained 3 of 4 for her 6 points, and Monen has 8 points and 50%.
And the Dutch will inbound to start the second half, down by 13, 25 to 12. It's the same lineup that started the game for the Netherlands. And we have a quick foul for a push inside. I think it was Lindholm pushing Beyer, and it was. And that was and that's part of the strategy, is to keep her away from the basket. And literally what she was doing was trying to push her away from the paint and away from the basket. They denied the inbounds pass to her. You see Miller got her hand on it, but it was picked up by DeRoy. And there's some movement inside Oosterbaan, and she wasn't facing the basket, but she gets it back to DeRoy and sets the screen, and DeRoy can't hit the shot. And again, the rebound to Monen and Germany. And here comes Koos.
So the Netherlands shooting at 17%. We'll just track that across the second half of the match and see how they can improve on it.
Miller with the high pass that DeRoy couldn't reach, and Monen could. Monen feeds to Kush. Kush she just avoided going over the line, got the ball back to Monen, and Monen lays it in. It's 27 to 12. Houtsing now brings it up for the Netherlands. See, they're leaving her the shot. They're not worried about her shot. They're concentrating on taking away the passes inside. And if Houtsing can't hit, there's nothing left for the Dutch. Miller, content to hold it and wait. Monen joins the attack now, and she gets the ball at the foul line.
3 on the shot clock.
Miller set the screen for her. She misses a shot. DeRoy with the rebound. Can they come down quickly? Oosterbaan. Oh, that's a great pass, and DeRoy hits the bottom of the rim. Houtsing, though, with the rebound. There should have been a foul there on Monen, and Miller gets the rebound as Houtsing misses again. And there's a steal by Houtsing. Come down before the Germans can get set up. Beyer was trying to set the screen for her, and there is a foul this time on Koos, who jammed her with the chair.
Well, there's certainly plenty of intent about the effort from the Netherlands. It's just about execution.
Absolutely. DeRoy inbounds to Houtsing. Beyer fading away from the basket, hits the rim, and Miller with the rebound. Again, ideally Beyer wants to be coming toward the basket, not away from it. Zayn. Monen. And she hits. It's 29 to 12. Only 4 points scored thus far in the quarter, all by Germany. Houtsing.
I was confident that the Dutch shooting percentage would lift. It's actually fallen in the second half, down around 14-15%. Just need a couple of shots to go.
Houtsing lost her balance with the pass. It's picked up by Beyer. 7 on the shot clock. DeRoy needs to get the shot away. Beyer beats the clock but misses. DeRoy with the rebound. Back to Beyer. Up to Houtsing. 7 on the clock. Houtsing for 3. Hits! 15, 29-15. And that could be a shot in the arm for the Netherlands.
And that, I believe, is their first three-pointer of the tournament.
Lindholm. Noonan spins backward. Houtsing knocked the ball away, but Zayn was there to pick it up, and Zayn misses the shot, and Bayer with the rebound for Holland.
They were 0 for 5 on 3 points coming into this semi-final.
Houtsing. And Koos is going to pick up another foul, as Houtsing just wheeled past her. Or actually, the foul may be on Moonen, trying to push Visser out of the way, and it was on Moonen. And now first is coming in for Germany along with Brewer. First wears number 9. That's her there. And she's guarding DeRoy. Houtsing now comes around. Bayer to Oosterban in the paint. And there's a 3-second violation against the Netherlands. So they turn the ball over with just under 6 minutes to play in the quarter. 29-15, they trail Germany. Miller. And DeRoy will pick up the foul. That was a pretty obvious one.
The Netherlands are 50% from outside the arc. That's where they might pop their shots off from. But except it's only one from 2, though.
It's one strategy, at least.
You're laughing it down, though. You're not a fan.
Yeah, well,
I only threw it in there for.
Yeah, I'm not sure they have anyone else, enough shooters with the range to go out to the 3-point mark. Oh, that was a nice pick set there, and Miller down low now, back to Moonen in the paint, and Moonen doesn't get the roll, and the rebound to Bayer. She's still working hard on defense. She just can't get inside, and that's going to be a foul on Miller. And that's the problem. You see Houtsing so quick with the chair to go around her, and so Miller's just trying to go with her with the chair, but she has to make the contact. There's no way she can avoid it.
Only briefly tried to make a case in her defence. The Dutch are such great travelling sports fans, and you can always pick them in their orange.
Houtsing trying another 3, but that one doesn't hit, and the rebound is taken by Moonen. And, well, here again, if you put the ball inside, Germany's already in the penalty situation as we hit the halfway point of the quarter. So if you get inside, you've got the chance of picking up fouls. That will be shooting fouls, whether they're shooting or not. Moonen up to Miller. DeRoy comes out on her, and Miller from way outside, just on the 3-point line, and it's rebounded by Rose Oosterban.
A little bit of shot clock pressure there. Shot taken from not a great position.
Bayer cutting in through the middle. Houtsing gets the baseline, and there'll be a foul on first as Houtsing cut around her on the baseline. But Houtsing's really giving it her all. You have to give her that. She's trying to make better shots, better position. And now Schoenemann coming in. Schoenemann actually the 3rd leading scorer on the German team and the leading rebounder, even though she has come in off the bench in every game for Germany, except the game against Argentina, where they actually started a second team. They put 4 of their second team players out there with 1 starter and beat Argentina. Rested Miller and Moonen. 2 foul shots made, 29-17, 4.5 to play.
4 from 7 at the free throw line. It's a little bit better than the field shooting.
The Dutch trying to put more. Oh, Visser just missed the steal. Zayn put the ball back just as Visser was going by. 8 on the shot clock for Germany. Schoenemann into Zayn. She's got to shoot and does. And the rebound comes to DeRoy, who shovels it over to Bayer. It's 3-on-2 now for the Netherlands. Visser comes in. She's got the layup and makes it. It's 29-19. The lead is cut to 10. A little bit at a time for the Netherlands now. couple more defensive stops, and you could have a game of it.
7-4, the Netherlands lead the quarter, and we were speaking about how they just have to chip away. Well, it's starting to happen.
Oh, and that's a great pass inside, and Miller gets, she put the spin on the ball, she got the roll, the basket's good, and she'll go to the foul line. She's got 12. The foul's on Houtsing there, you saw it clearly. And there's a timeout on the court taken by Germany as the Netherlands had pulled within 10. It's now 12, and Miller will have a chance to put it back to 13 after the timeout.
I just think the Netherlands will start to feel they're a chance here, though. Although they've been really struggling to score, still doing a good job on restricting Germany. It's 12, 13 in the moment. Cannot write the Dutch off. Such a gutsy team.
Well, there's the leading scorers. Houtsing with 7 leading the Dutch. Miller and Noonan, as expected, 12 each for Germany. That's 24 of their 31 points by those two.
Yeah, I think in the third quarter, the Netherlands yet to score 20. There are other totals in other matches. In their quarterfinal, scored 78 points, 62 against China, 50 against the USA, 81 against France, and 107 against Algeria.
Miller with an air ball. That's embarrassing. She was laughing about it as she came down. Houtsing brings it up for the Netherlands. 3.5 to play, down by 12 in the third quarter. Oh, that's a good pass, and they get it in. Beyer. That's really only the second basket she's had inside in this game.
4 points for Beyer.
Miller took her time, and Beyer with the steal. Schoenemann comes up behind her, and Beyer protects the ball. There's Houtsing coming down, but there's Visser all alone, and Visser gets the hoop, and it's 31-23. It's an 8-point game. Still just under 3 minutes to play, and the Dutch again applying full court pressure.
They got to stop. They converted it, and they only need to do it a couple more times.
And you see they're giving Miller a hard time, but she brings it up and drops it off for Schoenemann. 13 on the shot clock. Cross court to Zayn. Schoenemann, 5 on the shot clock now. She's lined up, comes to the top of the key and misses badly, and Beyer with another rebound. And off to Houtsing. So she went there. She went to leave the pass. There's a foul inside. Oosterbaan's shot didn't go. Schoenemann picking herself and her chair up. And Beyer. The foul was on Schoenemann. And Beyer will shoot 2.
To get the lead back to 6 if she gets both. And it was 13 at halftime.
She makes the first. And the second. 6-point game, 31-25 now, just over 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. Germany inbounding, and the Dutch again with full court pressure. Koos up to Miller, still in the back court. Across to Zayn, and the Germans break the press, but now 14 on the shot clock, and they still are outside the 3-point line. Now Miller coming in, and Miller takes the shot quickly. She was being fouled, she knew it, so she got the shot off to try to get the 2-shot foul as Visser committed the foul.
Well, all credit to
they're giving her the shooting foul.
all credit to the Dutch for settling back into this match somehow. They must have felt so out of sorts at half-time when they scored 12 points in half a game. I just wonder how you get it started when you're playing like that. You just got to have some belief in yourself.
And Miller misses the first. That was her third miss in a row. Makes the second. It's a 7-point game now with 2:04 to play.
Shooting for Germany, not so special.
Houtsing. Oosterbaan trying to set up a screen for her. Houtsing down the lane to Oosterbaan. Dishes it to Visser. Visser's got position and sinks it. It's 32-27. Two big baskets by Visser in the last stages of this quarter. It's a 5-point game now. And the Netherlands keeping up the pressure in the backcourt. Zion one-on-one with Oosterbaan. She's cut off twice and waits for help. But now Germany have set up and they've only got 9 on the clock. Pass goes inside to Moonen and she misses. It goes in and out. And Houtsing with the rebound for the Dutch with 1:10 to play. Brings it down. They're playing 4-on-4 right now. Houtsing open shot, misses. You could see that was missing right from the release. It was going off to the right, and Miller with the rebound for Germany. Down court, and there's a path to the basket for Moonen. De Roy did a nice job of catching up to her and cutting her off. Moonen protects the ball. 10 on the shot clock now. Miller tried to set a screen for her. Miller gets it back, and Kois screens for her. Miller comes a little bit in, drops to Kois. Oh, good defense by Bayer. She overplayed it, and by doing that, she got the 24-second violation.
And just, but it was an important turnover, so it's possession for the Dutch to convert here. Absolutely game on regardless in the last quarter. Inside the last 30 seconds of the third, and the Netherlands leading this quarter by 15-7.
Oh, and well, Houtsing went for the bomb and didn't get it. Germany now trying for the break. Bayer is back to cut off Zayn, but there, oh, you have to watch Miller. It's 3-on-2. Miller gets the easy shot and misses it. The tap goes outside, and it's controlled by Lindholm. And as Visser picks herself up, Germany will have just under 10 seconds to work for the last shot of the period. Good opportunity missed by the Netherlands at the other end. Moonen, she's looking for Miller. Goes inside, it's a loose ball, it's poked away, and there won't be any shot at all at the end of the third quarter, but the Dutch have done just what they had to do. They picked up 8 points in this quarter, and the lead by Germany is now 5. They lead at 32-27.
And the Dutch fans are on their feet. They're applauding the comeback from their team in that third quarter. 15-7 they won it after very low returns in the first and second. 4 and 8, and 5 is nothing. And Germany will be just starting to worry about what they've let happen in that third. It's anybody's match.
And again, as the Dutch start to get their shooting, they're way up now to 23% from the floor, but they've also shot better on free throws, which has helped them, but their rebounding has improved as well. Germany with more turnovers from the Dutch pressure. But I think the key point here is, badly as the Netherlands played in the first half, offensively, their defense kept Germany to 25 points, and that kept it a manageable game.
They're actually reducing the German score quarter by quarter. So the Germans scored 14, 11, and then 7 in that third quarter. So there's very positive news both ends of the court for the Netherlands, trying to make a match of this semi-final.
A 5-point game with 10 minutes to play. At the end of 3 quarters, 32-27 to Germany. So a big third quarter even by the Netherlands. In fact, it was a big last 5 minutes of the third quarter that put them back into this game. They now trail Germany by 5, 32-27. with 10 minutes of basketball to play in this women's wheelchair semifinal. And the winner goes to the final. The loser goes to the bronze medal game. Germany, with the possession arrow, will inbound to start the fourth quarter.
You know, in such a low-scoring game, free throws important, and 6 from 9 for the Netherlands, and their usual return is under 50%.
So Mernon for Germany. They try to set a two-player screen for her. Miller again in the paint, and she gets the drop. It's 34-27. When Miller gets into that paint, she's hard to move. And if they let her sit there, she's going to get those close-range shots and make them drop. Houtsing now brings it up for the Netherlands. Beyer comes way out and now wheels in. Visser trying to set the screen. DeRoy coming down the lane, uses the glass. It hits hard, but the rebound by Visser and out to Oosterbaan. And she resets. 10 on the shot clock now for the Dutch. DeRoy is all alone. Reverse layup, and she's fouled by Miller. And that was a please foul me kind of shot, and it paid off. Watch again. So DeRoy will shoot 2.
DeRoy at the line for the first time.
Misses the second, but Beyer's got the rebound. She dished it to Houtsing. I really thought she would go up with it at that point, but Houtsing now resets for the Netherlands with 7 on the shot clock. She's got to work hard for a good shot here. Visser sets the pick for her. She gets it off just before the buzzer, but it's not a good shot, and the rebound comes to Mernon. Koos now for Germany. Up to Miller. Beyer maybe a little hesitant to take it back to, oh, that's a great pass because Lindholm comes in with a clear path to the basket, and it's an 8-point game, 36-28.
Settler for Germany. Struggling to score in the third quarter. Only just 7 points.
Houtsing, DeRoy, Visser's got a good shot, and it's too long, and she wanted to use the glass there. Miller waiting and waiting, and the pass was, well, it was a wild pass. DeRoy got a hand to it. It went off of her, and Germany, that's one way to break the press. And Germany will inbound at the halfway mark, so now they don't have to worry about the 8-second violation. There's 11 on the shot clock for the 24-second violation. It goes inside, and the basket and the foul. Well, this is a bad start for the Netherlands. Just as they had cut the lead, the defense a little bit slow here in the opening moments of the fourth quarter. They go down by 10, and Miller's got a chance to make it 11.
They only led by 5 at three-quarter time, Germany. In this fourth quarter, worrying for the Netherlands, they've only scored 1 point in almost 2 minutes.
And Miller makes the lead 11 now. 8 minutes to play. And a little bit of that hard work the Dutch did in the last 5 minutes of the half are gone. Making up 5 points obviously is a whole lot easier than making up 10. And time is running out. Houtsing. She can't get the ball to drop. Rebound by Lindholm for Germany. She's cut off by Oosterbaan. Oosterbaan trying to tie her up for a jump ball. Mernon, Visser moving with her. Inside to Miller. Miller spinning and shooting. She's got that move down great.
That's great maneuvering in the chair. And Mernon starting to feel confident about the outcome, Germany, as they lead at 41-28, and still they've got the Netherlands anchored on 28 points. So very low return for the Netherlands.
Timeout by the Netherlands. And we've seen that move from Miller so many times. She comes across the lane and takes the pass and then just spins the chair and releases while it's spinning. And she uses the glass and puts it in. Now let's hear what the Dutch are saying. looks like Cher Korver's coming in for the Netherlands. And, well, I take this all back to that moment on the missed foul shot when Bayer got the rebound. And rather than try to turn and put it back up, kicked it back out to Houtsing. And they started over. A bad shot, lost possession. Germany came down, 3-point play, and then the deluge. So now it's a 13-point lead again. Germany outscoring the Netherlands 9-1 in the first 3 minutes. And Houtsing banging in and out on the three-pointer.
You know, the Netherlands have put up more shots than Germany. They're 9 from 45. Germany 19 from 40. So it's not like they haven't had enough possession.
And Zayn. Goes down, and the whistle blows. There's no foul, but no loose ball either for Kramer to pick up. So Korver and Kramer are in the game now with Houtsing. Visser and Oosterbaan stay, and we still haven't seen Sani Timmerman, and that surprises me a lot because, if anything, she's one of the better shooters on this team. Her shooting percentage through the tournament was 62%, which is really the best of any of the players who logged serious minutes, and she hasn't appeared on court at all.
Miller now with 20 points and 10 boards. She does contribute.
Oh, yes. Yes, she does. Lindholm. That was only Visser's second foul. Lindholm misses the shot. Kramer with the rebound. Gives it to Van Bergen, team captain, and then to Korver. So we'll see what they can do without Houtsing or. And, well, Korver comes right in and gets the hoop. 41-30 and 6 minutes to play.
It's their first field goal of the last quarter.
And they really need to apply the pressure now. Germany still outside the three-point circle. Now they start to set things up with 10 on the shot clock. Lindholm. And there's a halt in the play. No basket for Munnen as Bayer went down. It's a very, very physical game, wheelchair basketball.
If you had to get the chance to go to a game or go to even training, and one of the things that assaults your senses is the smell of burning rubber.
Yes. Zayn, 7 on the clock.
She has to do a lot of work.
Good defense by Visser, and there's a foul inside. I think it was Van Bergen holding a chair, pushing a chair. Let's see. It is Van Bergen who gets it. That's her third. It's a team's third. And besides now being close to that penalty situation, it gives Germany more clock. And right now, time is the enemy for the Dutch. And that basket's good and a foul. Miller in the clutch now. This is her third time inside there, picking up the foul and the basket. 4th team foul on the Dutch.
I don't know how she got a good shot away. She was being thoroughly handled there.
She's got a lot of strength. And she hits the foul shot. 44-30 now, 5.5 to play. And of course, the next foul will be a shooting foul that the Dutch commit, regardless of whether the player's shooting or not.
23 points for Miller.
Yeah. And it means they can't foul to try to get the ball back. Early on, Korver misses the shot. And, well, that was, I'm amazed at that one. Because
yeah, the Germans pointing, saying,
yeah,
really
they saw it, we
position.
saw it. The only 3 people in the arena who didn't see it were the 3 officials. Dutch missed that shot. Van Bergen takes the rebound. She puts the shot up, and makes it 44-32. Halfway through the 4th quarter, it's a 12-point game, and the Netherlands need pressure now. They need turnovers, they need defensive stops, and most of all, they need points.
Van Bergen's got her first 2 after taking the offensive board.
Good defense by Van Bergen. 6 on the clock. Mernon doesn't get the roll, and the rebound by Beyer. And the Dutch have to move quickly now. 4.5 to play, down by 12. Korver. Visser sets the screen. Korver's got the path to the basket and puts it in. 44-34. 4:20 to play.
It's a pretty good transition by the Dutch. It looked like it stalled and then opened up nicely for Korver.
I give Visser a lot of credit for that. Look at how hard she's working on the defensive end there. But Germany break the press, come into half court. There won't be any urgency right now in their play. And you see the official getting there so he can take a look at the sideline and make sure the chair doesn't go over the line. 7 on the shot clock. Mernon gets it away from Visser. Now on the baseline, takes a shot that falls short, and Beyer with yet another rebound. And the Dutch will come up with Korver. Oh, great cross-court pass to Kramer. She comes in and misses the layup, but draws the foul. And look at just that palpable disappointment. The birthday girl, 18 years old today.
Yeah, well, there'll be parts of the birthday that maybe she'll want to forget unless they can put a little miracle out here.
Yeah, she would have liked that basket to go in, obviously, and a 3-point play, but she has a chance to pick up 2 here from the foul line. Kramer's shot is short, but Beyer is going to get to the rebound. And the Dutch have 14 to get off another shot. Beyer for Korver. Shot clock down to 9. Kramer's open. And the shot won't go. She gets the rebound. She's being tied up. She gets another shot added off the glass. It's too hard. Van Bergen gets the rebound. That's 2 now. 2 misses for the Dutch. 2 offensive rebound. Korver to Beyer. And she hits it.
How many tries do they need?
37. They need a lot. That's the answer to that. The shooting is just so awful. And there is Kramer tying up Koos. And the possession arrows with the Dutch. That's a turnover to them with 3 minutes to play. Down by 7. Bo Kramer forcing the turnover.
If only the execution matched the effort, the Dutch should be closer, if not in front.
Van Bergen trying to get the pass in to Beyer, and there's a foul on Mernon as the ball was tapped away from Beyer by Miller. And Miller just saying, don't worry about it. You know, it's like, don't let it bother you. And here comes Schoenemann. It's such an advantage to Germany to have a quality big on the bench that they can bring in.
It's a 3rd foul for Mernon.
Kramer. She gets the roll, and it's a 5-point game again. They fought back to 5 now. It's 2:47 to go. Crunch time for both teams, and that's another turnover picked up by Visser as Zayn couldn't control the pass. And Beyer leaves it for Korver. She goes for the shot, and it won't fall, and Miller clears the boards. And Visser will get the foul as she came in on Schoenemann. And I think may have got a bit of the face. Watch there. She drove the ball back into Schoenemann's face. And of course, they're in the penalty situation, so the Germans will shoot these foul shots.
44-39, 12 all in the last quarter. Back to that 5-point lead.
Well, this is the best the Dutch have been able to do, is to bring it back within 5. They did it at the end of the 3rd quarter. Schoenemann misses the first.
Mike, how do you feel about booing a free throw?
I think it's unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I mean, basketball players are used to it. You know, you'll see the people dancing around in front of your eye, you know, your vision behind the basket. They'll hang up posters, you know, to distract you and things like that. And
yeah,
I'm always surprised that golfers get so upset when there's the rustling of a
well, it depends what the norm is.
A sweet wrapper.
But as you say, you know, if basketballers are used to it, that's fine. But you don't normally have it in some other sports.
Oh, look at that! In and out by Korver. right into the basket and then missing. It's a 6-point game with 2:13. And, well, and there's another steal. Just as I was saying they would need it, Bayer cut off that pass, and that one was blocked as Visser went in. Miller blocked the shot. Possession will stay with the Dutch with 20 seconds on the shot clock and 2 minutes left in the game. This unit is working well for the Dutch defensively. Can they get the shots to fall? And there's a foul off the ball. Basket won't count.
Calling for a bit of calm on court in Germany. Dutch doing a great job to apply some pressure considering how dreadfully they've played with the ball in hand.
And the foul was on Lindholm, and that puts the Germans in the penalty situation. So Van Bergen with the two-handed shot, it goes in and out. These are tight rims, they're very unforgiving. And I was just about to say, from our camera angle, that rim does not look level. But I'm sure that's the camera angle and not the reality.
Oh.
And that's going to be a blocking foul on Kramer as Schoenemann goes down hard. And pops herself right back up. And actually, Schoenemann was going down before the contact was made. And she was trying to turn, and Kramer got in front, but the contact was made, and the foul was called. It's a 6-point game, and Schoenemann has a chance to increase the lead for Germany. Under 2 minutes to play now.
6 becomes 7.
And that's the assistant coach, Josef Jaglowski. And the rebound comes to Van Bergen. It's still a 3-possession game now with 1:48 to play. Korver, Kramer was setting a screen for her. Korver moves behind it again but can't get a shot away. Van Bergen, they don't want that shot. Visser now puts the ball up and through. Swish from Visser, 46-41, a minute and a half to play. Visser's got 10 points. This is an amazing performance from her, and Germany want the timeout with a 5-point lead again. This is as close as the Dutch have got. A minute and a half to play, up by 5. It's a 2-possession game now, but that's 2 possessions if you hit a 3. And who on the Dutch team is going to hit a 3 right now?
Well, only 14 all in this last quarter. They have 1 3 hit by, let's see, felt a long time ago.
And Yitzki Visser. Now, we haven't talked about the point system, but the players are rated on a scale of 1 to 4.5. The higher the number, the lower the degree of impairment. Visser is a 1.0, which is the lowest number. The highest degree of impairment, scoliosis. And she's got 10 points in this game, and 10 points from one of your low pointers, as they call them. That's high points from a low pointer. And then when you consider all the other things she does, like play defense and block.
Those teams with really good low pointers have such an advantage because it allows them to put more high pointers on the court to wake up their 14, obviously.
Yeah, 14 points total is the most you're allowed on the court among your 5 players. And Miller now goes to the line. The Dutch almost have to give up fouls here and then hope the shooters will miss and they can get possession back. Miller misses them both, but Schoenemann in the lane too early. She got the rebound, but that's what they've called in the turnover. It goes to the Netherlands.
That's the first time they've called it in the match.
It's one of those rules that, but what happens is it's generally ignored for the most part because, first off, it's only important if you miss the shot, and then secondly, they tend to call it only in crucial moments when it would become important. But of course, you want consistency. And sometimes you see everybody goes in beforehand, but then you really need to call for the first person. Well, this is really crunch time for the Dutch, and right now the difference between 5 and 6 is that in the 2-possession game, one of those possessions for them can be a 2. They get a 2-point basket, they get the ball back, and they need a 3-point basket to tie, and that's eminently possible in this time frame quite easily. The problem again is who shoots the 3, but we'll deal with that when we come to it.
2 plus a foul.
That's true too. Korver, Visser handling the ball now at the top, and she threw the 3 up, and Van Bergen tried to save it, but she was over the line when she hit it back in. Well, it's interesting when your low pointer is actually your best 3-point shooter who's out there. That was not an accident that Visser got that shot away. They'd set that up for her, and she just couldn't hit it. Miller now, the pressure from the Dutch in the backcourt, and there's a foul.
Yeah.
And a hard one by Korver.
They played that card early, though, didn't they, Mike?
I thought so. That's what surprised me. They did draw it up. I mean, that it wasn't a panic shot by Visser. And there's the foul by Korver, wheel to wheel. Schoeneman's been banged up in this fourth quarter for sure. Then the Dutch, having to foul now. We're going to spend a bit of time at the line in this last minute 17. And now it's a 6-point game.
Germany 47% at the line.
And now it's a 7-point game. That's huge for Germany.
And Schoeneman's 4 from 6.
Yeah, she's a quality player. She'd probably be starting on many, if not most, of the teams in this tournament. And in the game when Germany played Argentina in their final game, knowing that Argentina were not at their level in competition, Schoenemann and Gross and Velen all started for Germany. Schoenemann had 20 points, 18 rebounds in that game, which was, I thought, great coaching to let those people have it. It made it a more competitive game. It gave them the experience that they that can't hurt to have in this tournament. So now it's a real uphill road for the Netherlands. They fought back into this game 3 times. They've come back to within 5 points, but that's as close as they could make it.
Very positive smile there from the German coach.
He doesn't panic, that's for sure.
Holger Glinsky. he's a good character, isn't he?
I know, he really is. I mean, a great disposition, happy to be here. And the team has a great camaraderie, great atmosphere with him. And now the Dutch, they need to get a shot away quickly. Korver, Van Bergen, Beyer is back in. Beyer gets the shot. It's off the front of the rim. The rebound by Van Bergen into Kramer, and Kramer hits. Okay, a minute left, and it's a 5-point game yet again. And there's another timeout on the court. Look at that offensive rebounds.
That's a stat. 18-6. They missed a lot of shots, though.
Exactly. That's exactly what that statistic says to you. It doesn't really comment on your ability of offensive rebound. It comments on your disability to shoot, your inability to shoot. So it's a 5-point game yet again. 1 minute to play. The winner advances to the finals. Play for the gold medal here at the Rio Paralympics. The loser will play for the bronze.
Defensive rebounds is a reverse story, if you like, with 34 defensive boards for Germany. Obviously, all the misses from the Netherlands to 23 for the Dutch.
So Germany, after the timeout, inbound up court. 1 minute, 3 seconds to play. They lead by 5. And the Dutch Well, they have to foul quickly. And Rose Oosterman coming in for Holland. That's an interesting change. They fouled Zane, and you want to foul players who aren't necessarily the best foul shooters, but she makes the second, and it's a 6-point game. Still 2 possessions for the Dutch, but that requires 2 3-point baskets to make that true, or fouls by the Germans.
Yes.
Korver, they can't take a lot of time to get the shot they want. Kramer, and she's fouled as she tries to pass it in, so she'll get to shoot 2.
She's 1 from 4. Free throw line, so maybe not the worst to foul from a German point of view. Nice high arc on the free throw.
She's a good shooter, good natural shooter. As she gets stronger, hopefully, as she gets older, she's going to be a really fine player. And she gets the roll on the second one. So it's a 4-point game now with 49 seconds left. And the Netherlands putting full court pressure on. This is where you can go for the ball, and then they give the foul quickly. But it's Schoenemann who they foul.
You know, at 25-12 at halftime, we optimistically hoped for a tight finish. So badly with the Dutch playing, we really, I don't think in our hearts Mike thought they could do it, but you know, they're made of the right stuff, and they've really made a good game of it. And this is how close it is with 47.8 seconds.
Schoenemann's first shot misses. And the second one misses as well. On the loose ball is taken by Oosterman. Her pass went off of Bayer's back. And there's a foul. Germany will shoot again. And that could be the straw that broke the camel's back.
They needed to secure that possession, didn't they?
Oosterman was too quick to pass, basically. She went in the corner, and I might even say felt panicked. Bayer wasn't looking, and it hit Bayer in the back. And Schoenemann's going to punish them for that. And Rose Oosterman has had a very good tournament. Another one of the low pointers. Very calm normally, and Schoenemann hit both foul shots to make it a 6-point game.
She's 6 from 10 at the line.
Kramer inside, doesn't get the roll, and there's the foul on the rebound against Kramer. What can I do, she says.
Let's see a lot worse fouls than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blitzing in for Kramer.
And Schoenemann now is basically nailing the door shut at the foul line. She makes them both again, and it is now an 8-point game with 30 seconds to go.
So she's made her last 4 free throws.
And the Dutch, well, they were within 4, they got the ball back, and then they gave it away, and Schoenemann punished them from that point. 4 straight free throws. Korver for 3, misses. The rebound comes to Miller with 17 seconds left. Schoenemann gets it up to Miller. Miller comes up with 11 seconds left, and now she'll just lay it in and seal the game. 55-45.
So Germany have seen off a great comeback from the Netherlands.
And Huitzing back in the game. The game ends as it began, with the ball in her hands. And for the Dutch, a very disappointing defeat. But for the Germans, a famous victory. And they will advance to the gold medal game and the finals here at the Rio Paralympics with a 55-45 win over the Netherlands, powered by great defense and America Miller.
I think I'm much bemused. Holger Glenitzy, the German coach, his players have done the job for him. I don't think he's quite seen a game like this one. Most unusual. Germany taking the first quarter 14 points to 4. They totally put a stop to any Dutch scoring. And there was 11-8 second quarter for them as well.
And you saw the disappointed face of Sani Timmerman there, number 8. Didn't play in this game, and that still puzzles me, because probably the best pure shooter on that Dutch team, and they needed some shooting.
Well, we don't know if she's carrying a slight injury or whether that's a selection choice by the coach. But Germany have done enough. They were well threatened late in the game, but did win the last quarter 23-18 and take this semi-final and move through the gold medal match 55-45 over the Netherlands at the Rio Olympic Arena.
And if we look at the statistical breakdown, well, the Dutch shooting came all the way up to 25% from the floor. The Germans were closer to 50%, and that's all it really took. Huge number of rebounds in this game, which reflect a huge number of missed shots. And the Dutch forced 17 turnovers from the Germans, but could only come up with 4 points from turnovers from those 17 turnovers, which is a reflection of how badly they shot from the field.
They shot 22 extra shots for the Dutch.
Give credit to the Dutch defense. If they hadn't played well, this game would have been over long before the final, but their defense played well enough to keep them in the game. And Germany, however, played well enough throughout the whole game, and they will advance to play the United States in the gold medal final, and the Netherlands and Great Britain will play for the bronze medal. The United States defeating Great Britain earlier in the day. And, well, German fans are happy. The German players obviously are happy. They didn't play necessarily their best game, but they executed a defensive game plan very, very well. They kept Bayer away from the basket for most of the game, and that really seemed to turn the Dutch off. Oh, that's the one she made. And that's the feeling for Germany, pure exultation as they have defeated the Netherlands in the semifinal game. The Dutch shot 8% in the first period. They were down 14-4 at the end of the first quarter. They fought back slowly. 3 times they brought the game within 5 points. Once they brought it within 4, but in the end, the margin was that same 10-point margin that they lost the first quarter by. And the final score is Germany 55, the Netherlands 45.
Hello and welcome to the Rio Olympic Arena. It's the Rio 2016 Well, hello and welcome to the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. It's the men's wheelchair basketball. It's the semi-final, Spain and Great Britain, and that's the way these two have gone so far. 5 wins and 1 loss apiece. Spain, of course, losing to Turkey in their group. Great Britain, of course, went down to the USA. Both those two teams are in the other semi-final. And this one, that's how it looks. This one is going to be potentially a cracker between these two European powerhouses. Spain and Great Britain. Well, the Spanish finished 4th at the World Championships a couple of years ago. Great Britain lost to Turkey in the quarterfinals there. The United States finished 2nd with silver. Turkey took the bronze at the World Championships. But the world champions are out of the competition. So first place very much up for grabs. We're going to meet the team from Great Britain first. The number 4 is Gaz Chowdhury, 31-year-old. One of the co-captains coming out, number 5, Simon Brown. The Londoner coming through, number 6 is Carl Marsh. He's a 2-point player. 7, the other co-captain, been playing since Sydney 2000, Terry Bywater. Simon Munn, 7-time Paralympian, the number 8. Harry Brown, youngest player to ever pull on a Great Britain vest, is number 9. Abdi Jammer, 10. 11, Phil Pratt. 12, Ian Sager. 13 is Greg Warburton. 14, Lee Manning. And 15, Adi Orogbemi. Their coach is Haj Barnia, just on the right-hand side of the shot with Joey Johnson, the assistant. There's Orogbemi, the number 15, just finishes off, greeting his teammates.
And they must come into this match full of confidence after the way they disposed of Australia. 74 to 51. Yes, the Australians are a bit off their best, but put there by a solid defensive effort from GB.
Yeah, it really is amazing to see off the world champions in such a way. The Spanish team. There goes the captain, Vela. Daniel Stix, the number 4. One of the two Zarzuela twins, Pablo's the number 7. Then you've got Sanchez, the number 8. It's been on fine form, the 1-point player. The other twin is Alejandro Zarzuela, the number 9. 10 is Diallo. 11, Jordi Ruiz. 12, in fact 13, sorry, there's no number 12. The captain, Asia Garcia. He's been on brilliant form for 9.5 points a game. 14, David Moritz. He's a dangerous outside shooter, Moritz, and the British need to be aware of him today. Jamie Jamy, the number 15. One of the CD Ilunion players on this team, the European champions. Jesus Romero, the number 17, and Alejo, the number 51. Just going through our shot there, the 4.5-point player, good for 5 points a game average so far. Their coach is Jose Manuel Artacho, and he's assisted by Miguel Baquero. We'll have the 2 national anthems.
Well, I'm seeing again and again in this competition that if you can keep the key players quiet, you can have a big say in the outcome of the match. And for GB, I guess it's a double problem with Pablo and Alejandro Zarzuela, who between them scoring around 30 points per game. Do a job on them and the job is half done.
Yeah, Jordi Ruiz, the other one to cut the ball off to them. Those two love to get in under the basket. Ruiz, the number 11, is a very important player. Plays his club basketball in Italy. Very well known by the Great Britain players, as they play a lot in Europe as well. As you say, number 7 and number 9, the big players, Nasir Garcia.
And Zarzuela's probably worth more than the sum of their parts. Such would be the teamwork between them as twins. Yeah.
And there's the coach, Artacho. He'll have a lot to say today, pacing up and down the sidelines. He gets involved. Hajbania on the other side for Great Britain, a bit more reserved. Look out for the number 4 for Britain. Chowdhury has come of age in this competition, the 31-year-old. He's been around the international scene for a number of years, but suddenly he's stepped up to the plate for Great Britain. Simon Brown, a player who, as I mentioned, plays against Ruiz in Italy and nearly switched to Italy a few years ago. There is Barnia, former coach of the Aces basketball club in Great Britain, and genuinely one of the Mr. Nice guys of the world game. You will not meet many nicer people than Haj Barnia, a very good tactician and works very hard on his team spirit as well.
Bywater, Pratt and Sagar, perhaps the standouts in the remarkable win over Australia, where they restricted the rollers to 6 points in the last quarter. So it was a solid effort at both ends of the court.
That doesn't happen often. Sticks. Oh, I meant 6 points in the quarter.
Oh,
Daniel Sticks will be a fantastic player for the Spanish. There's the Great Britain starting 5. Bywater, Abdi Jama. What a player he is. One of the outstanding players in his position in the world. Phil Pratt was phenomenal against the Aussies, and Sager is worth his weight in gold for this British team. He picked up 26 points, 79% against the world champions to send them packing. Look at that. Both these teams have played Australia. Both these teams have beaten the world champions. 75-64, the Spaniards beat the Australians here. They won 70-66 in one of the most nail-biting finishes of the quarterfinals. And for Great Britain, 5-1 as well. They eased past Algeria early on. Iran put up a bit of a sterner test. The US ate their only loss, 48-65. The US, though, are looking incredibly strong here, running some very good makeups with about 3.5 3-point players, the likes of Serio, Scott and Mikey Pate.
There are our officials for this semi-final men's wheelchair basketball at this wonderful arena, the Rio Olympic Arena that hosted all the gymnastics and rhythmic, artistic and trampoline. Well attended. Everyone's got a great seat here. It's the biggest indoor arena in Rio.
Hosting one of the biggest games of the competition so far. Great Britain and Spain, the 5th team to qualify from Europe. They saw off Italy in the European Championships of 2015, clinching the final European spot at the Rio Games. Great Britain made it a hat-trick, 3 European Championships in a row. And they're well supported.
A noisy pocket of British supporters here to do their bit to get their team across the line. And let's see if they can. Or will it be Spain to go through? The field shooting percentage, there's a little bit of a difference. The GB shooting at 55% to Spain's 50%. That might be worth keeping an eye on in a tight game.
There'll be matchups all over the place here. The Zarzuelas, as you say, will be the ones that Great Britain are looking out for. Jordi Ruiz has floated in and out of this competition in the most unusual of fashions. The Great Britain fans are all smiles at the moment as they realise they're currently on the TV, enjoying themselves here in Brazil. And it's amazing how many people make, you know, the 12-hour flights from Great Britain out here to Rio. I mean, you wouldn't have to be asked twice. Do you want to come for a 2-week holiday to Rio de Janeiro? Max Kindervata there, such an experienced referee.
Yes, being picked out to be shown on the big screen is fine, unless you're supposed to be at work.
And then you've got some awkward conversations with your boss the next day. Yep, totally. Well, the talking's done here. It's Great Britain and Spain in the Paralympic 2016 wheelchair basketball semi-final. It's Sager that reaches the highest past Alejandro and Great Britain in the red vests, Spain in the white. Phil Pratt to Jammer. So consistent, Jammer, from that sort of range.
And to score in the first 15 seconds, it's a real settler for the team, and it's nice to just get that out of the way and say, okay, we're in a mood to score. What are you guys, and try and stop you, which they did so well in their quarter-final, Great Britain.
And the whistle goes. There's a player down in the middle of the British key. It's Daniel Sticks by the looks of things. Similarly to Jammer, Sticks. Just a real workhorse for the team. Constantly working. Low point players, often underrated.
He's scoring around 5 points per game, Jammer. He's got 2 out of the way early.
Garcia. He'll get on the scoreboard early, no doubt, knowing him. Ruiz in. Up doesn't go. The teammate of Abdi Jammer in Italy.
Bywater pulls down the rebound.
And Bywater looks for the 3 points early. Won't go that time. He's good at that sort of range. Garcia. Round Jammer. Look at that for chair control. Bywater putting the pressure on. Alongside Phil Pratt and Great Britain control the basketball from underneath their own basket.
So a couple of early misses from Spain.
Bywater finds Abdi Jammer once more. And Pablo finds Ruiz, and Spain can attack quickly here. Jordi Ruiz, a very fast player. Orbemi keeps him on the outside though, and sensibly so. Garcia's in there a long time, and Phil Pratt says thank you very much. The Welshman deciding it's probably best to take the ball off the Spaniards.
He's good for a few steals, isn't he, Pratt? He's one of the most productive in that stat in the tournament.
Very exciting youngster as well. I mean, he's only, what, 22 years of age. Bywater. Lovely shooting from the 33-year-old. He was incredibly young when he played in Sydney as Great Britain had third place snatched off them by Paul Schultz and the USA. A buzzer beater to win the bronze. 4-0 Great Britain lead. Whistle on the plate. It will be baseline ball for Spain.
12 steals in the tournament so far for Phil Pratt. That actually makes 13. The next best on the team is 8 with Warburton.
2 youngsters. A team with some experience at its core, this Great Britain team, but set alight by their youngsters. Lovely pass into Pablo, and Spain are off the mark now. The Great Britain defence just didn't quite hold its own that time. Jammer and Orogbemi just moving the ball around, and Pratt trying to ask questions of Jordi Ruiz. Here is Pratt once more, trying to get around Garcia. Lovely pass in, oh, just snatched away by Alejandro.
And finger jammed in the contact there. So that's Garcia. Hope he's all right to continue. I think the nature of wheelchair basketball, Dan, is that it really puts a premium on the accuracy and the weighting of the pass because of the mobility. And I'm just so always impressed with the control of the players.
Perfect control there from the Spaniards. It was brilliant ball play to find Garcia. Yeah, totally right. It's such a mobile sport, and there's such a mismatch at times with the impairments of the players that, you know, the likes of Abdi Jammer on the ball here, far more impaired than Phil Pratt or Terry Bywater, but what he can do to a game is insane. Jordi Ruiz, another player for the Spaniards who's similar.
There's
Bywater.
Demonstrated beautifully, like the weighting on the pass. So the players with the greater impairment are sitting lower in the chair, less trunk control.
Great Britain 6, Spain 4. Garcia, as he has been so often in these Paralympic Games, in control of the ball for the Spanish. Ruiz just adding some time. Now, the Spanish there, Garcia was in there a long time, only allowed in the painted area, the key, for 3 seconds. But Spain get the basket through Alejandro, and a stroke of fortune from them, really.
It's up to the officials to do the counting in their head.
Jammer, Bywater, play stops to allow Ian Sager upright, keeping players safe.
Both the Sarzuela boys on the scoreboard, a couple each, along with Garcia.
Terry Bywater started off playing up in Teesside in the northeast of England. Phil Pratt finds Abdi Jama. His sort of range there, but he went for Sager instead, who's underneath the basket and doesn't get the first. Sager, though. Look at the defence from Garcia.
And this time it drops, he gets the roll. And again, you go back to the pass, which was centimetre perfect.
Well, stretching from Sager. Garcia, once more, driving for Ruiz under the basket. An easy for two for him. Started his basketball at Barcelona.
Match into a good scoring rhythm now. A stuttering start perhaps by Spain, but Ruiz, he's got two.
Bywater doesn't go that time for him. Hit 83% against the Algerians. One of the early group matches for Great Britain. Oh, what a take by Alejandro, reaching over the top of both Bywater and then Orogbemi as well. Puts the two away, and Spain into a 2-point lead now, 10-8.
Got a quality passing game of Spain.
Jama been playing in Europe's top leagues for a long time now, over 10 years. Pratt, Sager just sat right at the top of the key. Bywater spins out, puts the shot up, long shot doesn't go, but somehow Abdi Jama got the offensive rebound. Great Britain can't put it away, but they get the offensive rebound once more. Sager, Bywater off the knee, and pressure relieves for the Spanish.
Fortunate miss by Pratt there. He was in a pretty good position after they got the offensive rebound. Jama did well to find him, and he can't quite find the basket, but he will in time.
Interesting there to see Terry Bywater and Asia Garcia just having a few words. No love lost between those two there. Changes for Great Britain. In comes Brown, in comes Marsh, Chowdhury. Sager remains, out goes Orogbemi. Pratt remains, and Jama heads out the game. Jordi Ruiz looking a bit battle-weary. 4:36 left in the first quarter. Spain with a 2-point lead. Spain aiming for their first ever Paralympic gold medal game in wheelchair basketball. Great Britain, the last time they went for gold was 1996. In and out from Ruiz. Alejandro, it comes back off the rim hard, and Chowdhury can gratefully take the defensive rebound.
By the time the second shot was offered, there were 3 red shirts in the key, and the rebound was assured.
Pratt, Chowdhury tries to get up, and Garcia went crunching in. And that likely to be a Great Britain baseline ball, as no shot was being taken, and Spain aren't in foul trouble. In fact, just the first team foul of the quarter. 5 fouls, and the opposition would go automatically to the line, but just one apiece so far for the two. Pratt inbounds to Chowdhury. Here is Chowdhury. Up and down it goes. Gaz Chowdhury, the man from Ealing in London, making no mistake, and 10 points apiece.
GB collecting a few offensive rebounds early. Inside 4 minutes left in the first quarter, and turnover. Pratt's got it.
What a steal from Pratt. Simon Brown coming forward. Played at Beijing 2008. Missed the 2012 games for Great Britain. Marsh finds Pratt once more. Seems to be everywhere today, Phil Pratt at the moment. A real star of the world game coming through. Chowdhury up, doesn't go that time, and Garcia can spin the ball away to Ruiz. They're so dangerous on the fast break, the Spanish, and as I say, that commentator's curse, and poor Jordi Ruiz can't take the lead again for Spain.
Chowdhury takes the uncontested rebound.
Pratt, Brown sticks, who is then blocked off by the chair of Sager.
He's got a bit of a cold hand at the moment, Pratt, and they've got to present him with some better opportunities perhaps to get him on the board, and a pretty soft turnover. Pratt collects it.
Brown back to the youngster from Cardiff in Wales. Chowdhury sets up to get round Alejandro, goes back to the number 6 Marsh. Lovely pass to Sager. Chowdhury just sort of jumping through. Pratt delicate and drops the 2.
Nice arc on the shot, gave him every chance to sink that one, and he's on the board.
They spend so much time in training, working and working and working on the outside shot, this British team. I watched them at their training base in Worcester just a month ago, and the amount of time Haj Barnia spent with Phil Pratt, just repeat, repeat, repeat. And that's exactly why they do it, because the world's biggest stage, they come here and they're hitting 43% at the moment. Chowdhury, Great Britain with a 2-point lead. Pratt turns out. Garcia doesn't help Pablo in defence there, and Chowdhury from just outside the key goes back to Pratt, who waits once more and goes for the outside shot again, that time unsuccessful and simple enough for Ruiz.
That's the deflection off the rim. And Ruiz reaching back, but good handling skills from him.
Pablo, what a passer of the ball he is. Probably the better passer of the Zarzuela twins, but not quite as efficient in his shot, and can't cling on to the ball there. 12-10, 1:29 left in the first of this Rio 2016 Paralympic Games men's semi-final. Phil Brown, Chowdhury picks it off, thinks about the shot, goes to Marsh. Oh. Interesting bounce pass.
Oh, ambitious, a lot of hands around that one. Low percentage, I would have thought.
Brave in a game like this one. Early stages. Although I suppose better now than with a minute to go in the last quarter for Great Britain. Garcia wasn't going to let go of that one.
Courageous decision, as some might call it.
Karl Marsh, a 2-point player. Asier Garcia sporting a wound, I think, there on his hand. The man from Bilbao, 35 years of age. Here he is. He's okay now. He's made of tough stuff, Asier Garcia.
Well, they're forced to put their hands in dangerous positions, the wheelchair basketballers. And they've got a sixth sense about it. Oh, shot!
Garcia, wow. Most of the time they get their hands out the way. I've seen one or two. A couple of dislocated fingers, things like that. It's not the sport for the faint-hearted, this one. Chowdhury. The players are viciously competitive. Many of the men in this semi-final will play professionally across Europe. Spanish clubs, Italian clubs, German clubs. Marsh into Sega. Doesn't go for him on that occasion.
Well, they're under some shot clock pressure there. Oh, it's off the back of the chair of this Spain.
And if Great Britain couldn't put the ball in the basket here, it will be a psychological boost going into the end of the first quarter. They can't, but the foul coming on the plate. And Garcia is going to be the man, I think, called for the foul. I think it was fairly plain to see. Hit on the face of Chowdhury. 17.4 seconds left. 2 fouls apiece. Garcia's first personal foul of the game, and Gaz Chowdhury will have 2 shots.
The foul came pretty early. Interesting that he's at the line. But
I don't think Chowdhury will be complaining on that one. I totally agree with you. But I don't think he will question the referee's decision. 2 from 2 for Chowdhury. And it opens up the 2-point lead. 17 seconds left in the first. Not the most intense game at the moment between these two, but so even on the scoreboard. Garcia. Long effort from Jordi Ruiz, and a good first quarter from both. And Spain at the moment are behind by 2. The score at the end of the first 10 minutes, Spain 12, Great Britain 14. Neither coach will be overly concerned with their team's first quarter. Strong all-round display in the men's semi-final of the wheelchair basketball.
I think they'll be reassured that both their teams are in the contest. There was a little bit of a cold hand from both teams at the start, then they've established a rhythm for the game. And let's have a look at some stats. The shooting a little more accurate from Spain, is 6 from 13. But GB getting some opportunities at least, and the rebounds, well, 3 offensive boards for GB. Good to see from their point of view. But absolutely nothing to pick out of that first quarter, really.
No, very, very close. Just the 2 extra points from the turnover. This is what the highlights look like. Terry Bywater, probably the most experienced player on court for Great Britain currently. In fact, there's no probably about it, bar Simon Munt in the squad. Been around the longest. Asia Garcia and Jordi Ruiz have run things so far. The Zarzuelas have been relatively quiet by their standards. And Asia Garcia just reminding Terry Bywater that he's in quite an important game. that won't faze Mr. Bywater. And there's confirmation of the score. Great Britain just a 2-point lead.
Chowdhury, the only man who's been to the free throw line in the first quarter, and he converted both. And he might suggest his 2 points are the difference.
Probably would.
Michael Jackson lives on.
And Spain and Garcia restart the match, the second quarter. It was to Moritz, who seemed to stop in his tracks rather. Garcia puts up the three and drops the three, and Spain straight away close out that lead and take a 1-point lead of their own. What a shot that was from Asia Garcia. He has had a fantastic competition for his team.
Ruiz had a couple of tries from outside the arc without success.
Spain thought they got the ball back there. Simon Brown with the slip, and then the ball going off the end line off a Spanish player. Daniel Sticks again ends up on the floor. David Moritz showing little sympathy for his teammate.
Yeah, he's tried the behind the back pass there in an effort to keep it in.
Sticks, of course, a 1.5-point player on the classification, which is why he may struggle to get himself back into the upright position, the most impaired player on this Spanish lineup at the moment. Pratt, Chowdhury. Chowdhury, lovely pass to Karl Marsh, and Marsh makes no mistake off the glass. The 2-point player originates from Wolverhampton in the Midlands of England. And he's put Great Britain a point ahead here in this semi-final. Garcia, Marsh hunting him down. Eventually, Alejandro setting the screen. Up and down it goes from Garcia, and he has started in really good fashion here.
Garcia with 9 points.
Pratt once more in control of the ball for Great Britain. Such a quick player. Turns, Sager helping him out with the screen. Over it goes to Marsh. Not there that time, and Garcia can do the defensive duties for Spain. Around Ian Sager. And then Chowdhury does the same for Great Britain. And it's a bit of a sloppy passage of play, that one.
And player down in the key for Spain, and he was about to be in the danger area, if you like, so the whistle blowing. Garcia gesticulating.
You might say he's fired up for this one.
Yeah, he's good at talking with his hands.
Yeah, just having a word with David Moritz. Moritz just claps his hands back at him. 1 point the difference, but 1 point is all it takes to take your team through to a gold medal match. Marsh out to Chowdhury. Chowdhury watchful, looks for Pratt under the basket, and great vision from Chowdhury and Pratt to get in there as well. This youngster is really making a huge difference to Great Britain in this competition.
And that's 4 points for Pratt.
Garcia. Alejandro was powerful to rebuff the challenge of Karl Marsh and put the points away to change the lead once more. 19-18 now.
Zarzuela, Alejandro that is, with half a dozen.
Chowdhury just drops it off to Pratt. Pratt with Pablo, the other Zarzuela twin, on his tail. Garcia comes across. Chowdhury waits inside the three-point line. Here is Pratt at the top of the key. Misses everything.
He probably had a better look the first time. Thought he could reposition.
And Spain look for the fast break, but they have to regroup because Moritz was Always pushing away from the basket with the player inside covering. Here he is once more. Has shot well in this competition so far, Moritz.
Pablo gave him a good screen. Once the shooting's just gone off a little in the last couple of minutes.
Chowdhury looks for three. And that form continues. Garcia has to stop as Ian Sager's fallen over.
I think he got some help. No, he's leaning back. Yeah.
Of course, each player has anti-tip wheels on the back of the chair to try and stop what happened to Ian Sager there. With wheelchairs used more in day-to-day life, you wouldn't have one or two wheels on the back of the chair in normal circumstances, but in wheelchair basketball you definitely do, because otherwise the players would be overbalancing backwards all the time. Moritz up and down, lovely outside shooting. Again, what form there. He hit 15 points against the Netherlands, and he's come into this one in brilliant touch for the Spanish.
It's his first 2 points.
Pratt finds Chowdhury. Chowdhury, bit of juggling inside the key. Down it goes, and the one's coming as well for Gaz Chowdhury. This could tie it up at 21 apiece if Chowdhury can make it.
Spain leading the quarter 9-6, being trailed by a couple at quarter time.
Bill Latham and the Aussie Rollers in the background watching this one. And they'll be watching it, wishing they were on court and not out of the competition.
Well, they weren't nearly good enough. That's the truth to that. They were up at half-time against Great Britain and lost by 23. So it all went south in the second half.
Great Britain, I tell you, coming out of the group, to see the Australians facing the quarterfinals, they would have shuddered. But the way they played, as you say, absolutely unbelievable. Pablo gets the two. High five for Garcia and his twin Alejandro. And 23-20 now. Spain with the three-point lead, 5:54 left in the half. Four points for Pablo in the game. One to come. No mistakes. Very, very simple when you shoot like that.
I do like that end on camera, Dan. It gives you a great look at whether it's online, out of the hand.
Look at that for some free throw percentages. 100% plays 67. Pratt. Marsh. The movement from Great Britain good. The defence from Spain just faltered slightly. And Britain put the points away for 24-22. Chowdhury, the man born in Karachi in Pakistan, is enjoying himself out there today.
8 points now for Chowdhury. It was a double, if not triple pump before the shot.
Garcia, Pablo Zarzuela. Pass into twin Alejandro off the glass, comes back out. How much pressure does he want on the shot? And eventually the British guys get the ball away. Ian Sager arguing the point. And this one, a very far encounter. Greg Warburton, one of the flag bearers at the London 2012 Paralympic opening ceremony. Alongside Harry Brown and Phil Pratt. Pablo up, down it goes.
Doing well on the board, Spain. They've got 12 defensive rebounds to 6 for GB.
Once more, head up from Phil Pratt. A great level of international experience at the junior level for Pratt, and it goes towards Brown, who just lost the ball at the vital time for Great Britain. And Garcia. Warburton causes a nuisance of himself and I think is going to pick up a foul for his trouble. He does, and he argues the point.
Well, Garcia at the other end just slapped it away to a teammate and earns the foul at the other end. So he's having as much involvement as you'd expect from the captain.
In comes Sanchez, in comes Diallo. Diallo introduced to the game by his parents. lives in Bilbao, as Haj Barnia looking cool and calm. 4 points the difference. Spain have the lead. Long way to go in this one, though. Garcia spins away for Spain. Great Britain defending inside their three-point line. Warburton comes out to meet Garcia, and it invites him through the back door of the British defence. And it doesn't go for the Spanish, and a defensive rebound does go Britain's way.
Oh, Chowdhury's putting himself about really usefully. He's such a contributor at both ends. Everybody needs to be, but he seems to be everywhere today. Pratt.
Chowdhury sat on the free throw line, puts it up, it comes down in the hands of Garcia. Over the top it goes towards Alejandro. Unsporting foul against Warburton. Now Warburton here, the youngster, needs to be careful. Picked up 2 quick fouls, and slightly you wonder whether psychologically just he's losing the plot slightly on there. He gets a talking to. That's very good refereeing. Great to see a referee just go over, explain why, and calm the player down. I think that's fantastic from the referee. Alejandro with the first. Of course, Spain get 2 and they get the possession back. So they could have a 5-point lead here with 3:39 in the second and the ball to do some damage with. They take it to 5. Alejandro goes to 7 points personal.
They've got this high-risk transition option, Spain, where they just really long outlet pass and then another one. And that's what caught Great Britain on that occasion. You know, as long as the pass is accurate, you can really get to the other end in a hurry.
And Garcia, as you pointed out earlier, with the defensive rebounds, Garcia's having a good time down there. The Spanish are picking up a lot. I think it was 12 they got. Jordi Ruiz is such a fast player, as you say, that the breaks are easy. Let's have a listen to Haj Barnia here.
Well, hard to pick up.
The basic point made there at the end was we've got 3 minutes to make this count before half-time. They obviously want to go in with their noses in front at half-time. Adeor Ogbemi was closest to the camera. He is a player with so much international experience, the Liverpudlian.
Great second quarter being put together by Spain. They lead at 15-8 and lead the game by 5.
Garcia gets the ball back in play for the team in white, Spain. He just drifts around the court. Up goes the 3, will go nowhere near, and Chowdhury says thank you to the defensive rebound. Harry Brown into the action. A live wire for the Great Britain team. Made his international debut at 15 years of age at the Paralympic World Cup. Over it goes from Brown to Chowdhury, who has to move to his right to gather the pass, which was slightly off from Brown. Chowdhury with the long effort, and down it comes to Garcia, who sits under the basket once more and claims the ball for the Spanish.
That was great defence from Spain. They really put Britain under shot clock pressure. You know, the undesirable shot offered by Chowdhury, and that's down to Spain.
And the other Brown, Simon, just has to get himself the right way up and ready to go. Garcia, Sanchez inbounded. Garcia thought about the three-pointer, instead under a lot of pressure from Harry Brown. Simon Brown then turns away and opens up the door for Garcia, who's in the key a long time. Diallo has the chance, down it goes, well played Diallo. Garcia was in there a long time, put the shot up eventually, and Diallo, of course, the 3 seconds restart when the shot goes up. And he puts it away. 7 points, Spain have the lead. 5th in Europe, play 1st in Europe on current rankings, and at the moment, it's the team in 5th at the Paralympic Games who have the 7-point lead in the semi-finals. Of course, European rankings mean nothing here. It's all about tournament format basketball. Pablo, Garcia, Glass, 2 more. And the Spanish are pulling away here. Look what it means to Asia Garcia. 11 points personal. What a game from him so far.
Well, the shooting for Great Britain's gone a bit colder, down to 37%, and it's over 50% for Spain. You can see where some of the difference is coming from.
Gaz Chowdhury. Brown and Orogbemi helping to get Chowdhury where he wanted to be. Sega back to Simon Brown. Brown finds Chowdhury, who spins around Pablo. Doesn't quite get all the way. Eventually goes around Diallo. And was that a pass? Was that a shot? The whistle's gone. It's going to be Diallo who's penalised. Chowdhury, it looks like, going out of the game. Back comes Bywater. Back comes Jammer.
I think Chowdhury trying to get the shot away because he knew he was being fouled.
The British co-captain will be wanting to get his first ever taste of a Paralympic gold medal match. Jammer, Sega, up and down. Well played, Great Britain, to bring it back to 31-24. They spoke about making the last 3 minutes of the half count. At the moment, it's the Spanish who have done that. Great Britain, though, keeping in touch. Pablo drops the ball into Garcia. This guy is having one of the best games I've ever seen from him, and he continues to be a complete nuisance for Great Britain here, both in attack and defence.
Garcia with 13 now.
Bywater, born without the tibia or fibula of his left leg. Up it goes for Sega, down it goes for Sega.
Well, it's encouraging to get Sega into the game. He was so dominant a figure in the quarter-final. He had been kept fairly quiet until the last couple of minutes, and now he's got half a dozen points.
79% he hit in that quarter-final, as you say. Against Australia, 79% for 26, 10 rebounds. A double-double. 33-26, 40.2 seconds left in the half of this men's semi-final. Pratt, Jammer, doesn't go. Diallo can claim the defensive rebound. Oh, very nearly handing the ball to Pratt, who ends up fouling Garcia.
A little bit careless, wasn't it, the pass, and he was almost made to pay. 7 isn't a match-winning margin by any stretch, but I think that Great Britain will be looking forward to the break. So it's a 21-12 quarter for Spain at the moment, and just an opportunity to settle down and refocus for the second half.
Now, the Spanish go to the line. Great Britain in foul trouble. They've had 5 for the quarter. Garcia to extend them, potentially to an 8-point lead here. And he does so, 34-26. The player of the half so far, if I can be so bold as to pick one out. Gets the second, wow.
Gets the roll.
Talk about making you wait for the point. That was stunning stuff from Asia Garcia, and the basketball stealing the show in the end.
Spain 4 from 5 at the line in the last 25 seconds of the half.
The Bilbao man has been stunning in this one. Bywater, will he look for the 3? Jammer, his sort of range, turned down the shot instead. Sega sneaks the ball in himself, and Great Britain up to 28 now, and they come back to 7 points the difference. The Spaniards will look for the hook shot. It won't go for Alejandro. There is the buzzer for half-time. It was a close half, but Spain have pushed themselves in front. 35 Spain, Great Britain 28. What a first half in this men's semi-final at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Spain winning the quarter 23 points to 14. Great Britain also scored 14 in the first quarter, but Spain just about doubling their effort and return to take a lead of 8 points, 7 points, I beg your pardon, into the break. 35-28. So they're looking good for it, but the match can easily be turned around and there'll be changes in momentum for sure.
There's confirmation of the score at half-time. Spain 35, Great Britain 28.
Let's have a look at the key stats, and 58%. It's good shooting from Spain, and points from turnovers. Great Britain doing quite well. We've got 10 there, but the defensive rebounds for Spain, 16-8. They're very good on the boards. That's the situation as we go to the longer break.
Welcome back to the men's wheelchair basketball semi-final, Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. What a competition it's been, what a first half it's been in this one. Spain leading the way 35-28 against Great Britain. Which way will this one go in the second half? It's going to be close.
Well, both teams have had their moments of dominance in the game. Great Britain's came a little earlier than Spain's, with Spain dominating the second quarter 23-14, and Garcia 15 points in the first half. And Great Britain shooting at 42%. They won't be too pleased with that as we get things underway. The winner to progress to the gold medal game.
Phil Pratt closely followed by Alejandro. Pratt waits. Out it goes to Bywater. Back into Bywater. That's well played, Jammer and Bywater. The whistle goes on the play. Those points will not count. The defence of the Spanish just opened up for a second, and Bywater took his chance. One of 5 players in this British squad to actually play in the Spanish league, so they know these players well. Marsh, Bywater, Brown, Manning, who's on the bench currently, and Orogbemi. Lovely shooting from Terry Bywater. Plays for CD Alunion, European champions. Second one doesn't go. 35-29. 6-point difference.
Still think there's something to be said for being first to score in the quarter.
Up it goes, down it goes for Alejandro. 2 points for him.
Doesn't mean quite so much now. Quickly turn around and score 2 to the Great Britain's 1, but it does at least put you in the mood.
And talking about Bywater's club, he's got 5 teammates on the court.
Well, we've talked about that long outlet pass. There it is again for Spain. The shot not quickly taken, but they're in attacking position in a second.
Garcia cuts inside Jammer. Pablo, long 2, hanging 2, and a simple 2 for him in the end. And now it's a 10-point game once more. And the Spanish stretching away. Can Orogbemi get there? He's so quick, Adi Orogbemi. That should be a foul. Wow, it's not. I see Garcia might be sporting a bruise or 2 in the morning.
He's had a whale of a game. We're only halfway through.
Garcia tries to get inside the paint. Sager cuts him off. Pratt tries to put him off, and he says no thank you very much and takes another couple, and the Spanish flags are waving more than the Union flag at the moment.
It's a 6-1 start to the third quarter for Spain. And field shooting is looking pretty smart.
Out it goes to Bywater, spins. Back to Jammer, Pratt. Lovely pass into Sager, and Sager puts the points away. Former Sheffield Steeler.
10 points for him now.
Spain 41, Great Britain 31. Garcia continues to have potentially one of the best games he's ever had. Definitely the games of the Paralympics for him. Sanchez put the shot up, but he goes against the Spanish, and Bywater goes racing off down court. Phil Pratt just waiting to inbound the ball.
3 seconds in the key against Zazuela. That's Alejandro.
Pratt made his major international debut at a senior level in the 2014 World Championships in Incheon, South Korea. Bywater. Jammer grapples the ball around his knees. Not the kindest of passes for Bywater, who then goes to help out his 1-point player. Offensive foul called. Great Britain penalised the number 15, Adi Orogbemi. Well, I thought he was going to get called earlier on. He wasn't.
First foul for Orogbemi.
Garcia. Orogbemi goes to cut off Sanchez. Gives Garcia some freedom.
I sometimes think, Dan, that 2 half fouls make a whole. You know,
it's in the referee's mind.
You're a bit lucky to get away with that one. I'll be keeping an eye on you, and then you kind of earn the second foul.
Totally agree. Phil Pratt getting the touch there, trying to claim it came off a Spanish finger, but I think equally, as soon as you start claiming that much, you're protesting too much, Phil. Garcia. The game just seems to slow down around him today. That one won't go. Bywater. A member of the British lineup that lost the bronze medal at London 2012, and how it hurt them. The Americans once more stood in their way. Up and down it goes. And it's Abdi Jammeh for the 2.
Jammeh with 4 points now. They got the stop, they got the 2, and back to within 8.
Garcia just slows the game down. Pablo with Diallo stood as a screen in front. Lovely into Diallo. Oh, good defence from Sega. Bywater also causing a nuisance. Then Pablo has a go, but the shot clock went, and it isn't a shot clock violation. It's gone against Great Britain. It's going to be a baseline ball going the Spanish way. The shot was away in time.
Shot clock restarts at 14.
Garcia. Long pass to Alejandro. He's in there a long time once more. Plants himself and puts the 2 down.
A lot of defensive effort comes to naught for Great Britain, and the lead pushes back out to double figures.
Jammeh finds Bywater. Double bronze medalist Bywater. Lovely shooting for Sega to make it 43-35. Of course, Britain won bronze in Athens, won bronze in Beijing. Sega 12 points for the game.
Yeah, he was kept quiet for much of the first half, and now he's sprung to life. He's a bit more productive.
Diallo, poor defence from Great Britain there, and Diallo takes full advantage. Amadou Diallo Diouf, 3-point player. Only 12 shots missed from field goals for the Spanish. Now Pablo to put it away for 12 points, and does so. 47-35, and Great Britain at the moment are not going to head into the gold medal match unless they can do something really quite spectacular here, because the Spanish are having a phenomenal match. Jammeh, Bywater, again Sanchez defending well, and again he keeps Bywater at range, and Diallo picks up the rebound.
Oh, it comes off the back of the chair, and the long outlet doesn't work this time. Risk and reward, really, that option for Spain.
And sinking the 2, Abdi Jammeh. That's his sort of range, that's his sort of distance. He loves the outside shooting.
Yeah, he's well outside the paint for that one. Trim it to 10. Great Britain need a couple of stops.
12 points from turnovers, and they get the turnover. The foul called on the play against the Spaniards. 4:14 left in the third. Bywater mulling things over as play stops once more. Well, the Spanish defence working well at the moment. Back in comes Chowdhury, back in comes Pratt.
Pablo Sassuolo charged with the offensive foul.
And Gaz Chowdhury, just 8 points for the game, 38%. He seemed to have a better first half than that, Chowdhury. Pratt finds Marsh. Here is Chowdhury at the top of the key. Pratt once more tries to, oh, no look pass to Sega, and Sega won't thank him for it at all. He gives him a glance and an evil.
Yeah, no look pass is fine as long as your teammate is looking.
If he's not looking, he will be at you.
Yeah, it's not just
when he drops the ball off.
Yeah, it's not just the defense you can fool with that.
Garcia, right-hand side. Sanchez setting the screen. Marsh just wheels around the little number 8. The Spanish slip. It was Pablo. Chowdhury bounces away from Sanchez.
Chowdhury with 6 defensive boards now.
Good pass from Marsh back to Chowdhury. Up and down, and the extra shot coming. Gaz Chowdhury that could be a very important basket, because this one, the free throw, could bring it back to a 7-point game.
Sanchez was wondering what he did there, but referee was right beside him.
They all plead innocence, these players. They all say, oh, I didn't touch him, ref. Nowhere near him.
I'm sure he did know what he did. He was just saying, well, no.
Sticks returns.
Nada.
The youngster, 1.5-point player. Paralysed due to cancer. 19 years of age, though, now. Chowdhury waits on the line for one.
He's 2 from 4 at the line.
Chowdhury turns, thinks about the three, takes it on, won't go. Well picked up by Alejandro with the defensive board. The whistle goes, the game stops. Looks to me like Simon Brown penalised. Brown in his second Paralympics. And it's his second personal foul. Garcia tries to drive around Pratt, who out it goes to Ruiz, comes back, and Pratt can grab the defensive rebound for Great Britain. 47 Spain, 39 Great Britain. Spain have been on the finest of form in this one. Asia Garcia has made the difference. Ruiz goes out to Chowdhury. Pratt trying to control the game for the Great Britain team at the moment. In it goes to Sagar. This is a big basket. If he can make it, he does. And Great Britain are over 40. It's 47-41.
Yeah, got the roll, and the lead now much more manageable. Another stop or two before the last break would be well cherished by Great Britain. Spain's job, make sure that doesn't happen.
Garcia, Alejandro falls well short, an air ball there. You rarely see those, especially in semi-finals. There might be a word in an ear from one of the British team that can speak Spanish to remind him of it as well. I'm assuming some of the five have learnt Spanish in their time in Spain. Chowdhury. Pratt. Back to Gaz Chowdhury. Degree in political science for the number 4. It's Sagar with the shot. That one falls as well, and Ian Sagar is scoring some big baskets for Great Britain here. Made his debut at the 2008 Games. And the 8-second violation going Great Britain's way. Coach Artacho, I think, is going to call a timeout, because the Spanish, well, you can see them pointing to their heads.
Well, this is the kind of defensive pressure that can win you matches, and it certainly played its part when they dominated Australia, particularly in the second half. So there's a little bit of deja vu about this turnaround in defence from Great Britain. And Spain have just stopped, really. The lead was 10, it feels like only a minute or so ago.
We've seen some great action in this Rio 2016 Paralympic Games wheelchair basketball competition. The host nation have really embraced wheelchair basketball. The two Brazilian teams made it to the quarterfinals. Of course, in those quarterfinals, Spain knocked out Germany, Great Britain knocked out Australia. Ian Sagar was instrumental in knocking out the world champions. And there are the British fans.
GB's the call, and they have lifted their field shooting from 42 at halftime to 48%.
Chowdhury to restart the action. 1:38 left to go in the third. 4 points the difference, and Great Britain on a run back into this game, having been 10 points down. Chowdhury. Long pass. Brown thought about trying to snatch it, and instead Marsh was there. Chowdhury with a shot. It doesn't go. Sagar throws himself at Alejandro, who collected the ball, and Pablo can just come away. Pablo, the slightly slighter of the two twins. Here he is once more. Garcia on the pivot. Alejandro leaves the ball for David Morris. Lovely outside shooting from the left angle.
1 second left on the shot clock. And he gets a good one away.
20 points as they beat the Japanese for the number 14. He 8 from 12 from the field that day. Here's Phil Pratt. Finds Sega. Delicate but doesn't go. 49-43 and the foul called on the plate. Chowdhury throws his hand up in the air in recognition. Defensive rebounds, 23 for the Spanish now. Just 12 for Great Britain. Spain are collecting anything that Great Britain offer from shots. 3-3 for fouls for the quarter. But we're right near the end of the quarter, of course.
Pratt surprisingly quiet on the scoreboard. He's just picked up 4 points so far, nearly at three-quarter time. And he averages nearly 11 per game.
Garcia. The call of they're still in, and the referees ignore it, and the Spanish were in there a long time. Sticks. And the shot clock ran down. Pratt has the ball right at the end of the quarter. Will they get anything away? Chowdhury puts it up. Doesn't go. Well, a fascinating quarter here. Great Britain just one ahead in that quarter, 15-14, but that means the Spanish still have a 6-point lead in the men's wheelchair basketball semi-final. It's Spain 49, Great Britain 43.
Well, some positive signs there from Great Britain in that quarter, having turned around a nasty second quarter that Spain won by 9. And they've taken that one by 1 GB. Their shooting has lifted a little. And the rebounds defensively, Spain 23-13. Offensively too, they've got 3 more. But it's absolutely wide open. 6-point margin can be turned around quickly enough.
As we see the highlights we mentioned earlier about scoring first in a quarter or a half. And seriously, in this final quarter, whoever scores first, you have to fancy to. Well, either Spain will run away or Great Britain could close this back out. It really is anyone's game. Great shooting from both teams at times today. And there is the score. Close in every quarter bar the second so far, 23-14. Spain making it count, 8-point margin, 9-point margin. My math's off slightly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a blowout in that second quarter. 12 points, 14 points in the third, 23 in the second. Great Britain have won 2 quarters and trail in the game.
It's going to take a big final 10 minutes for Great Britain. Spain are in the box seat to take their first ever place in a gold medal match at the wheelchair basketball. The last 10 minutes of this semi-final. Great Britain versus Spain. The British looking for their first ever gold medal match since '96. They lost to the Australians there after being well and truly out in front. Troy Sachs hit 44 points to steal gold away from Great Britain. Asia Garcia is trying to grab the gold for the Spanish. Pratt comes forward for Great Britain. Chowdhury spins. The Sticks goes to have a look at Pratt. Chowdhury shoots.
Pratt and Bywater just 9 points between them. You know, they've been kept remarkably quiet. Well, far more productive against Australia. They were dominant figures there.
And Bywater just averaging 10.7 for the competition, which, to me, having seen him play throughout his career, it's a little bit low for Terry. Tends to be a player who probably can average around 15 a game. Here's Sega. He's been on form and he sinks a 2, and Great Britain are back within 4, and they've got a long way to go in this one. 9 minutes to make that difference. Back up against the Spanish. Sega being kept out of action at the moment in the backcourt. Alejandro thought about doing the audacious, handed it to Moritz, who couldn't do the relatively simple, but did get the foul. First foul of the quarter for Great Britain. It goes against Sager, his second personal foul. David Moritz to the line. The number 14, 2.5 pointer, plays for Bilbao.
First free throws of the match for Moritz.
Only been playing international basketball for 11 years, so probably the sort of player you want on the line in a game like this, and old head. .50-45. Not the highest scoring encounter, this one. Pratt tries to go round Alejandro, who closes the door immediately on him. Chowdhury on the inside. Marsh it is who's looking for the outside shot. Sager looks for Chowdhury, and the Spanish rip it away, and suddenly now this could be crucial. Alejandro under, off the glass, takes the two. The Spanish bench go wild, and they're out to 7 points once more.
It's feeling that there's a little bit of a hesitation about taking the first option on the shot from Great Britain. They're looking for a better option. They want to be sure of it, and in doing so, spurning the first, they're not getting a good look the second time.
Pratt back to Marsh. Marsh to Sager, and again it doesn't go for Great Britain, and again it's Asier Garcia, and the Spaniards are thrilled.
Well, he took up the more desirable position, but he was 1 against 3 and grabbed the rebound.
He's a big guy, Garcia. Moritz off the rim. Down it comes. Pratt, the youngster. Just 22. Averaging 18 points a game. Coming into the semi-final. Phil Pratt, he can be so proud of the tournament he's had in the foothills of his career, really. The early stages. Brown from Pratt. Down it goes. And it's 52-47 now, and Great Britain are not giving in. But they're going to need some turnovers, and they're going to need to start defending the Spaniards better than they have been.
I'll just add one more to the mix that they need, and that is to find someone who will step up and take some authority in attack. Because they're just looking to each other. There is a time to be selfish, and maybe it's now. I'll take the shot. I'll take the game by the scruff of the neck.
And the player that I would be looking to right now isn't actually Simon Brown, it's the number 12, Ian Sager. He's the player for the big occasion. He's been there and done it for Great Britain on the top stage. Asier Garcia has been there and done it today. Alejandro has played magnificently throughout this competition, and once more gets in the key and gets the points away.
15 for Alejandro Zarzuela.
Marsh, Chowdhury. Back to Marsh again. And Pratt dropped it to Chowdhury when the shot was on. The whistle goes, and it's exactly your point, Steve. Take the shot at that angle.
You know, Pratt wasn't under much pressure at all. Chowdhury certainly was. Yes, he was closer.
But equally, he had the bigger man on him. He had Alejandro towering across him. Chowdhury doesn't make the first one. It stays at 7 points the difference. I'd be amazed if Bywater stays on the bench too much longer. Not necessarily because he's been on fine form today, but because he's a player for the big stage. He's a player who can hit three-pointers as well, which may come into it for Great Britain. At the moment, 71% from free throws for Spain, just 38% from Great Britain. Asier Garcia once more in possession for the Spanish. Oh, and they've let it slip. That could prove very costly indeed. Garcia, who has had an absolute stormer today, but his pass wasn't accurate enough. Karl Marsh will restart the game clock when he picks up the ball there. Pratt.
Those free throws are important, Dan. Great Britain came in, well, that shot is helpful, but with a 60% statistic on the free throws across the tournament, and they haven't been able to find it today. And why does that suddenly happen? Well, it's the pressure of a semi-final.
No, totally. You see it across the semi-finals. You will see it across the semi-finals. Sometimes teams come out and almost feel inspired by a semi-final and hit big percentages, but 9 times out of 10, it goes the other way, and a team who have been hitting fantastic percentages throughout the competition. Can't do so when it comes to it. Great Britain have been averaging 73 points a game. They're nowhere near that today. 56-49.
19 points now for Garcia.
The Spanish have averaged 68.5 for the competition. Well, they're only on 56, so they'll have to go some in the last 5.5 to hit average. In fact, they probably are about par. That missed everything. What a slip from Chowdhury. 7 points. Pablo Garcia, lovely pass to Alejandro, but it's an offensive foul called. It's Chowdhury who was on the ground.
Well, it's a must-score possession coming up for Great Britain, with just over 5 minutes left in the semi-final.
And this is where the coaches really earn their money. This is where they come up with the one they've had up their sleeve, the dream tactic, the dream play. Let's hear what Hatch Barney's got to say. Hatch Barney, and not one to get flustered, not one to get angry. He's not a shouter, he really isn't. But what was interesting in the pictures there, I don't know if you saw the number 4, Chowdhury. He said something to his coach. The coach said plainly back to him what he thought, and he hit the top of his water bottle in frustration. That's a concern for the Brits, because if Chowdhury's head isn't quite right in the last 5 minutes, we've seen him make a couple of errors from the shots, they're going to struggle to make up this 7-point difference. Marsh. Here is Sager, and it falls without any points added for Great Britain. And the number 5 team in Europe, the number 4 team in the world from the 2014 World Championships. Spain currently leading.
Garcia with 19 points and 12 rebounds. He is the backbone of this team today.
And 10 assists as well, a triple-double. Wow. Pratt looks for Sager. Sager needs this. He's got hands all over him. Up it goes, down it comes, but he's got the rebound. He's going one-handed. It doesn't go, and Garcia gets another rebound and wasn't giving that up.
Oh, Sager wheels away in frustration. Did he think he was fouled or just frustrated that he missed?
I think Garcia may have been fouled there. Maybe.
Just a little.
More like a ruck in rugby as Bywater comes back in. Now this is a player who can hit 3-pointers at will when he's on form. Can be a big game player for Great Britain. Garcia has been a big game player for the Spanish, and he's proving a real headache for this Great Britain defence.
Bywater has just under 13 minutes and 5 points only, so can he be productive in the last 4 and a bit?
0 from 3 from his 3-point efforts, and that could be significant because Great Britain are going to have to start putting something up if they're not scoring inside the 3-point line, which they haven't been. Garcia wastes more time from this Spanish team, and they're doing very well at that with Garcia's steady ball-holding performance, and Alejandro now makes it 58-49, and he's to 17. Pratt to Bywater. Bywater, pressure on him from Pablo, back to Pratt.
28 points gathered by the Zazuela boys.
And it just won't go for Abdi Jama. Another player that when you're looking for a safe head to shoot a basket, you would turn to, but he can't do it today. The 33-year-old. Alejandro. And it goes, and is that the game? 60-49, it's very early to call that, but the Spanish should control it from here with 11-point margin.
He buries the shot and might have buried Great Britain's chances. They need something special. in the closing minutes. Find someone. Oh,
nasty for Sticks. Jammer totally undeliberately.
He's run over his hand there, perhaps, and that will not tickle.
One thing that is very unusual, actually, is to see that in a game. You see the players rush over to help Daniel Sticks, but for the amount of players that fall out of a chair, the amount of wheels going around, it rarely happens. It's more likely for a hand to get caught between your own wheel and another player's.
Yeah, Jammer was first over there to express his concern, but it was totally accidental.
Just
and
couldn't stop himself, just couldn't stop rolling.
And the Spanish boys accept that. They saw what happened. But it's no fun.
No. And the Spaniards look rather concerned about their 1.5 point player. Jammer will know Sticks well. When it's time in European competition, we'll see a replay here. Look away now. Ouch. Just the caster wheel smashing into Daniel Sticks. I thought it actually rolled over his finger, but it didn't, which is probably lucky for Sticks because...
It's just bumped very solidly into his forearms.
And they give him a breather. And he says to Sanchez, keep your head on it. Keep it cool. To be fair, Sanchez has been, for me, one of the outstanding players in the competition. Not necessarily today. Francisco Sanchez, just 27 years of age. And he's been superb, the 1 point player. Adds so much to this team, and because he's such low pointers, they can play those 4 big players that you see there. Jammer, this needs to go for Great Britain. It doesn't go for Great Britain.
We've been saying for some time that every possession is a must-score possession, and 2 out of 3 times we say it, they haven't been doing it, and so we've got an 11-point lead for Spain, and they're inching towards the big match.
And there's no doubting they deserve it as well. The way they've played this game, they took it to the Brits, they controlled the match, and Great Britain haven't lived with them. Bywater comes forward for Great Britain. Can he spark them into life? Marsh. Oh, a big shot from Marsh for 3. Now that may make a difference. 52-62 to play. Great Britain will need to shut the Spanish off here, but Garcia will be going in the hunt for another basket. He gets inside the paint. Diallo up, down for 2. Too easy defense from Great Britain. Spain just running right in that.
Marsh's 3-pointer, the first successful one from outside the arc. Here's another try, and it goes to.
Boom from Terry. I said he came into the game offering a 3-point option. And Bywater, who supports Middlesbrough Football Club in the English
No sin
football.
in that, is there?
Well, someone's got to support them. He rarely celebrates 3 points, Terry, but he got 3 there.
Oh, that'll get back.
62-55. Garcia. Alejandro. Doesn't go. 4 seconds were on the shot clock. It's a fresh one now for Great Britain. 1:27 in the game. 7 points the difference here. The Spanish to close this out, to make the gold medal game, and the slip from Bywater.
Cannot afford handling errors like that. Trailing by 7 with 75 seconds left.
Garcia.
They'll forced to foul early, isn't he?
Number 13. Bywater deliberately just offering the foul up to try and push Great Britain towards foul trouble. One more foul will send the Spanish to the line. It's deliberate. It sends Spain to the line. It means that they're saying, hit your free throws. And if you don't, we're getting the ball back and going down the other end. If you do, well, okay, you're further ahead, but we get the ball back anyway. That's what Great Britain are saying to the Spanish. Can Spain respond?
Well, they're 71% at the line. Not quite now.
Pablo, 1 to come from the line. 7-point difference, 1:13 left in the game. The gold medal match at stake. A place in it for the first time ever for Spain. For the first time since 1996 for Great Britain. And we've got a timeout.
try and get the play just right after the timeout.
There are the leading scorers. Garcia leading the way. 19 points, Sega 18. Well, it seems like Garcia has been by far and away the outstanding player. Ian Sega has played well, but Zarzuela also shooting superbly for his team. Picking up 19 points to go alongside his co-captain. 8 from 17 for Garcia. Timeouts remaining for both teams. This will not be the last timeout of this game, not with such high stakes on the line. And there is 2 of the 18 points that Sagar collected. The two teams come back. The plays have been worked out. 73 seconds and 8 points the difference. Well, it will take some doing. Expect a 3-point play from Great Britain here. Bywater. The whistle goes. And it's against Garcia, the number 13. But it wasted 4 seconds for Spain. Bywater. Back to Marsh. Marsh to Jammett down low. Here is Marsh. We've seen him be successful, and he is again. He stops the clock at 56.2. It's a 5-point game now. And Carl Marsh is shooting his lights out at the moment. First competition was the 2013 Europeans where they won gold. Great Britain deliberately sends Spain back to the line, and it's Sanchez, the 1-point player.
So Marsh successful with both his threes, just given Great Britain some hope. But Sanchez doing his best to extinguish the flame. Oh, sweet.
Well, he's the most impaired player on the court for the Spanish. 1-pointer, which means quite a severe level of impairment for him, and he puts free throws away with ease. Bywater, Marsh has to go for a 3. Great Britain need this, it will go. Wow! Carl Marsh, 3 from 3, and Great Britain still in with a hope here. 4 points and 41 seconds to make it.
Oh, reduces it to a 2-possession game. They've got a foul if they can, but Spain doing a good job of soaking up the clock here.
Now, importantly there, that was only given as a foul and not an unsportsmanlike. I thought it was going to be an unsportsmanlike against Terry Bywater. Reaching that far across and out of your chair, it's shaky ground.
Yeah, it was marginal, so a bit fortunate.
Whew.
See if Pablo can make them.
Breathless stuff, this. Who'd be Pablo right now? Him.
Yeah,
he'd
one
be from one.
Pablo's happy to be Pablo, but Pablo doesn't probably talk about himself in the third person.
Unless he's really arrogant. Maybe he does. 2 from 2. Can he make it to extend the lead away once more? Yes, he can. Pablo Zarzuela. What a player. 67-61. Spain the 6-point lead. 32.1 seconds left in the game. And the Brits look concerned.
I need a couple more of Marsh's 3-pointers. But time is very much on the side of Spain.
And Great Britain now out of timeouts. They won't be able to take any more. Whatever Hadj Barnia on the right and Joey Johnson, the huge figure on the left-hand side, Paralympic gold medalist himself, have got to say here, it needs to be the inspiring words for Great Britain, because Spain at the moment are outplaying them, they're outscoring them, and they're out-cheering them. Phil Pratt will not have bigger moments than this in his career. Potentially Sega, you could see the stress on his face.
Yeah, the head went back. Is this the end of our campaign for gold?
Well, what you have to remember, of course, as well, with some athletes, will they go to another Games? You never know. Pratt, up it goes. Down it goes. 22 seconds left in the game. 67-63.
6 points for Pratt. He's had a quiet game on the scoreboard. And
Diallo.
That should do it, Diallo.
Well, 69-63. And the Spanish have been purely brilliant today. You cannot argue that they so deserve a place in the gold medal game with the way they've played. That will be it for Great Britain. Their hopes of a gold gone. Their hopes of a first gold medal match since 1996 gone. Spain make history. Look at the coach Artacho. Look at the Spanish. There's tears from the Spaniards. They finished 4th in 2014 at the World Championships. They will definitely better that here at the Paralympic Games in Rio 2016 because Spain have defeated Great Britain by 6 points to enter the gold medal match and take on either the USA or Turkey. What a performance from the Spanish. The Brits were humbled in the end.
They went point for point with Spain in that last quarter. It was 20-all, a high-scoring final quarter. But Great Britain needed to do a little bit more than that. They were down by 6 at three-quarter time, and that was also the winning margin for Spain. You know, you could suggest that perhaps Great Britain played their final in disposing of Australia. They put up a great effort in the second half here, but gee, they'd like to take back that second quarter. 69-63, Spain over Great Britain.
Well, let's have a look at the statistics. 6 points the difference, 53%, 29 from 55 field goals for the Spanish, 77% from free throws. Defensive rebounds, 31, played 17. Well, 17 isn't bad from Great Britain, but when you're picking off defensive rebounds like they're taking sweets out of a bag, the Spanish were always going to be just ahead. And look at that, they take their place in the gold medal match. Going for gold for the first time, Spain. Great Britain, well, they seem to have just a fixture. They've got roots in the bronze medal match in Paralympic Games, and they'll have to go there again. And trust me, they will not want to face the Americans because both teams have such a history in the bronze medal match. They seem to just both constantly end up there. USA, Turkey will be the other two teams to go head-to-head in the semi-final. Ian Sagar, what a game from him.
Well, we saw a wonderful match. It takes two good teams to give us that kind of entertainment, and we thank them for that. There was plenty of passion on display. Spain really just that little bit too good.
And Joe Richards there involved in the Great Britain Wheelchair Basketball Association, British Wheelchair Basketball. And you can see what it means to them. The pain on the face of the British fans. Who would be British today? The Spanish will be partying. They are in a gold medal match in 2 days' time. For Great Britain, they have to go for bronze once more, which can be such a heartbreaking match.
Garcia Garcia, an absolute captain's role from him.
It was 1996, the last time that Spain went for a medal in the Paralympics. They lost the bronze medal match against the USA. Here today, a triple-double from Garcia, their captain, means they will go for gold in Rio. For Great Britain, the agony. They will go for the bronze medal once more. It's a painful situation for Britain, but for Spain, they have every chance of taking the bronze here in Rio de Janeiro. It's going to be a fascinating gold medal match in the men's wheelchair basketball.